Good morning and welcome to Sewing Street. And it's my birthday. I'm very, 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 very thrilled with all the love I'm getting, the lovely cards and the cake. And we have a new member in my little family. His name is Steve, and he came from my friend Dolores. And look how gorgeous he is. I'm very excited. Look, he's got a little fluffy tail as well. So I thought I would bring Steve on his first little outing today. Very, very cute. And thank you all for your wonderful messages. We're going to read a few more of them out later. We want to read them all, but there's so many. There's so much love. Thank you so, so much. Welcome. You're the first people to see the early bird today. And we have got, free P&P all day. All day. Anything you buy, whether it's one of our amazing lotuses. Can I do it now? I love this. Watch this, watch this, watch this. Oh my goodness, how exciting is that? I'm sorry, I get very excited about that. It's, you know me and a button. Look, look, look. It just pops out every time. And oh, I love it, I love it. We'll come and do that in a little while. But I just, any chance I can have to play with any of these, I get very excited. So we have got our fabulous early bird. This is called the micro stitch tool, and it looks a little bit like a gun. Isn't this fab? Now, my top tip on this is make sure that you keep your little rubber nozzle nearby, because this is incredibly sharp and we don't want you hurting yourself on it. But what this is really great for, as a quilter, you've got your top, you've got your wadding, and you've got your back, and then you can see all these tiny little black dots. These little tiny black dots on there, what you're doing, it's one of those guns that you normally, when you put the labels and tags on clothing, when you go and buy them, it's pretty much a miniature one of those. So all you would do is you would push through the fabric all the way through, and you would fire it. Did you see the little black bit came through? And you pull it. Oh, there we go. I didn't do that very well. Of course, everybody's watching, that's why. There you go. So you can see there. And what that does is on the back, it works out perfectly. You can then go and tack this all the way along. You can tell I was really enthusiastic over here, just got a little carried away. But the thing with that is then, when you're trying to quilt it, it's all stuck together nice and safely, but not safely enough that when you want to take them out, that they're difficult. So to take them out, there are these tiny little bits there, and all you're going to do is you're just going to put your finger on one side, pull them along, and it's free. So this one today, you're making a £3 saving. And if you, I didn't know it was that. So when you go and check this out, first of all, let me tell you what you got. You're getting the gun. You're getting 1,080 of these little baby micro stitches, these little tubes that come with it, half black, half neutral, and that's going to be $21.99. You're saving £3 today on that. And if you want your free P&P, all you need to do is where it says enter voucher code at the end, just type my name with an H, and there you go, free P&P all day. But I have to say, this is a really, really fabulous tool, because I absolutely love the fact that it doesn't matter how much you glue it all down, you're always going to end up with a little bit of a ripple. And with these, you can go through and you can fire as many of these in as you like. 1,080 of these little stitches on there. And it doesn't matter if you don't go in a straight line. They're so small and delicate, even if you do hit these with one of your sewing machine needles, they're not going to break, not going to damage your quilt, it's not going to damage your machine. But it holds everything so perfectly in place, and it doesn't shift around. It's just going to stay perfectly safe. So when you're wanting to do your free motion on it, see, I'm putting my little nozzle back on there again. You will then be able to do that very comfortably, free motion it along, and you can see you can give this a good old tug. It's not going anywhere, and it's just a really, really fabulous tool there. And you're saving £3 as your early bird. So if you're wanting to get in touch with the studio today, perhaps you want to send a message in, that would be great. You can get us on our Sewing Street page, which is Sewing Street TV, and then there's a little message button there, and you can tap that and send a message in, and maybe we'll be able to read that out for you today. We've had messages in from Sarah, from Sharon, from Valerie, all saying happy birthday, John. Have a good show. Oh, you're all very kind. Thank you so much. Oh, apparently there's a little surprise. Oh, yes. Not terrified
Hi,
at
John.
all.
I just wanted to say a very happy birthday to you. Oh. I hope you have a really wonderful day, and I hope we can catch up soon. Have a lovely time.
Happy birthday, John. Have a great day.
Oh, my word.
Hope to see you soon. Happy birthday, John. Hope you have a great day.
Happy birthday, John. I hope you have a fabulous day. Wishing you lots of love on your birthday.
Hi John, just wanted to say happy birthday. I hope you have an amazing day. It's a special day just for you because today's the day the world gave us you. Enjoy your birthday show. Lots of love.
Oh, that's lovely. Oh, that's really, really... totes emotion. That's the best way to say it. That's lovely. Thank you all so much. Oh, it's wonderful. And I hate birthdays, but now I'm really quite liking them. Now, we have got our very, very first 5-hour live show. You got me for 5 hours. No repeats, just me. And we have got some of the most incredible VTs. We have got products that are amazing. These are just 2 of them. But look, look. Sorry, I have to do it again. Look, look, look. There is a huge sale on this today. I'm going to promise I will leave that alone now until we do it. It's just so exciting to be able to press the button and it all comes down. Here we go. So, the windows, what these are is, I come from South Africa, as many as you know, with my thick South African accent, and everybody in South Africa knows that you get loads of giraffes, not everywhere, but you see giraffes quite often. So what I wanted to do was to be able to get a panel that reminded me of home, and just look at these. And I remember the first time I took my husband to Africa, we drove into a game park, and then literally the very first thing we saw were 2 giraffes, exactly like that, staring down at us thinking, why are you on our patch? Why are you here? And then in the spring every year we get these incredible jacaranda trees that are these purple flowers, and the trees literally line virtually every street looking exactly like that, all the way through Johannesburg and Pretoria, all through the country, and it is absolutely beautiful. Just don't ever park your car under one. These are already on the web, so you can search up attic windows, and you just type in attic windows, they'll pop up. But we'll be doing a demo of that, is it the last hour? So you'll be able to catch up with that. But this is a jam-packed show today. And the first thing I have to show you, because we are doing my favorite fabrics. So we have got the Alison Glass Sunprints collection. And this is just incredible. I'm going to move Steve over here. Thank you, Steve. Enjoy your stay. But this is, without question, the most divine bundle here. And you're getting 12 meters of fabric, and I cannot explain to you how much I love this collection. Alison Glass is one of the most extraordinary designers because she's got this wonderful way of getting so many different prints into one design, and it just flows so effortlessly in together. And here you've got 24 different designs in one bundle here. They're going to be half-meter pieces, and every single one of them is different, and every design is gorgeous, and every colour is beautiful, and it's just beyond excitingness. And each one's got different designs on it, and they're all just so incredible. And then, if you thought you'd seen it all, she's done this sort of cross-stitch effect there, when you can see with these lovely little bumblebees on it as well. It's just the most incredible collection. Absolutely love these. Now, we have got our mega bundle there, which you can see on the screen, but we've got everything also available by the half meter. So you can go and have a look on our website. If you haven't used our website before, go www.sewingstreet.com. Just below the YouTube video where you'll be seeing me live right now, you'll see all of the products today. So you'll see the mega bundle there, and then underneath that, every single one of these amazing fabrics by the half meter there. We just wanted to show you everything as a glimpse first, and then we can show you them individually as well. But they are just, look how beautifully these colours just go. They are just beautiful. They are so beautifully toned, and the designs on it, and the colours that you're getting on all these different designs here tie up with another colour. Oh, brilliantly done. And that, because it's my birthday, I get to have my favourite fabrics. And there's Alison Glass on the page. Love it. Oh, we've had a message in from Jan Hill. Hello! She's saying, have a lovely birthday, John. Thank you, Jan. Oh, she's already got her block 8. You're not messing around. That's at 10 o'clock today, not 9 o'clock. We've got a really special 9 o'clock for you. I'm beyond excited. And free P&P. Just type my name in at the end with an H, and you've got free P&P all day. It's going to be a great day, I can tell. And so much love. It's wonderful. So we're going to come back to that mega bundle in a second because, oh, there are already people checking out on it. That is so good to hear, because we've got a second bundle for you here today. Now these are, now remember we have our little gremlins on our website every now and then. Birthdays regardless, they don't care. You still end up with a few little gremlins. So this little bundle is available by the bundle and it's on the website. By the half meter, we are busy. We've got our technicians on the case. They are sorting it all out at the moment. But this is the most fabulous collection of batiks, this. Really, really. It's called the Moda Maui Mega Fabric Bundle there. 13 different fabrics, all beautiful, beautiful, beautiful batiks, and these will be later in the show as well. And we'll be able to show you by the half meter, and hopefully our website would have been sorted out by then. They're working very, very hard to get that all done. But just look at these different designs. The colours, I just cannot explain to you how much batik lifts my little heart. Look at that. I just adore these. Gorgeous. Oh, look at that one. Oh. Sorry, I get very excited about my batiks. Really, really good. Oh, we've had a message in from Jeanette. Oh, ordered already. Thanks for the free P&B birthday present, John Colmorgan. You are very kind and welcome. Thank you so much. Lovely to have you here this morning, Jeanette. That's lovely. And I can't wait to see what you make with it all. Send us pictures. So, these will do by the half meter when we go on. So, but before I do the fabric, I thought I would give you a sneak peek of the fabric because this book, now, has anybody ever done foundation paper piecing? This is brand new to the channel today. Carl Hensch, always call it wrong. Carl Hensch has written the most incredible book. Forward by Tula Pink. Imagine if we had any Tula Pink on the show. I will come back to that, but if you want a sneak peek, go and type in the search engine Tula and see what comes up. You will be very surprised. It was really, really special. I have 2 of them. I can't wait. So, we have got this incredible book. Now, this is not for the faint of heart, but I promise you, even a beginner, you can do this. It just takes a little bit of time. Oh, look, a note from Tula. Oh, that's a long note from Tula as well. But all of these, look how just absolutely gorgeous they are. And while we're looking at that, I'm just going to slide the Alison glass in over here. Because can you imagine all of those as the little points of those? I'm saying nothing more. Saying nothing more. I've just lent them in, gave you a little tease. You can have a look. But look at these. And each one of these, and one of my friends has done one of these, and what she's done them in batik. And she's gone from, so if she was using purple on one, she would go light purple, medium purple, dark purple. But every single one is different. So she has collected about 600 fabrics to make this quilt. She's got a long quarter each one to make something like this. It is absolutely stunning. And then she's done another one going the inverse, so it'll be light on the outside, dark to the inside, and it is so special. Now, as a beginner, you can do this. I promise you. I considered myself to be a beginner up until a little while ago, and I promise you can do it. It just takes a little bit of time. The curved piecing is the most scary bit on it because these straight lines are making them. So I'll show you the templates at the back. Because you've got loads of templates here, so you can see these are just straight lines. So these are very easy to do. That's not a problem. The issue comes when you're then sewing these onto your circles and onto these, and that is totally doable. I am terrified of circles, or I was, but I promise you, just take your time, lots of pins, lots of best press, and you will be absolutely fine. But the great thing with this is a pillow as well as a quilt book, so you can easily make pillows or quilts. This gives you all the tools that you need. It gives you top tips of how to print everything. You're all doing your foundation paper piece. You've got that fabulous add a quarter ruler on as well, which we've got on the website, so if you need one as well. But this book is truly the absolute Bible of doing New York beauties. And look at these. And this is how you lay it out. And the great thing with this is where your imagination comes in. You can do any single colour you like in that. You can repeat the same colours. You can have a thing of 4. You can see there on that one, you've got loads of different colours all the way around. And it's just entirely up to your imagination how you want to do it. And if you want to just make a cushion, these are really simple. These are just those straight line blocks I was showing you as the template. And then if you want to do a flying geese, you're fine. You can do that. Otherwise, you just leave them as straight line pieces on the inside. The difficulty is sewing the curves together, but if I can get over my fear with curves, so can you. And you can see how it then evolves. So if you do something really simple there, you can then evolve into something here. And it does get more intense as you go through, but that's really great as well, because if you've got fabric you really love that's got a 5-inch piece, you can fussy cut that out and actually have that completely done in the middle as well. Looking at that, that's one of the K-facet chrysanthemums, if I'm not mistaken, and you can just see how perfect that is, and you can see they've used a K background all the way around on the flying geese as well, and that may be the other side of the cushion as well. I think it is. But it is absolutely so... And then you get the twin dragons, which that is just beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Very, very complex. But with the great thing with the foundation paper piecing is you've got that wonderful precision you can do because you've got those the ability to do that with sewing directly onto the paper. But just look how effortless this looks. And it will take time, but it is very easy to do. It's just the curves are a little bit terrifying as you go through. But you will be fine. Once you've done your first 100, you'll be absolutely fine. This one is really good as well, and it works very well with the Tula fabric, because you can tell the little octopus that they've cut out in the middle, that's fussy cut out of the Tula Pink collections there. You can tell we got a Tula on today. Look at these. And the great thing is you can start with a cushion. You've just got a small little cushion. You've got this, you can see it's exactly the same thing in 3 different colorways, but it is identical. Everything is identical here. And you can then do 3 different cushions in it. And once you've done 3 little cushions, the double dragons mean nothing. See, that's not even a full circle. And look how effortlessly that slots together. Really, really lovely this. Oh, crazy Tula. So if you are looking on our website today, make sure that you've got, so when you're checking out, remember we've only got the 1-day P&P, which is free today. You can just go through, and when you're checking out, there's a code. You'll be able to say redeem code. Just type my name in, John, and you've got free P&P all day. That's just not the things on the show today, the fabulous products here. That's everything. If you buy a sewing machine, whether you're getting one of the Lotus, don't forget our atelier, that's up as well. All of that's free P&P all day. Whether you're buying one of our fabulous mats, which one? H640 is back in stock as well. So that's available and free P&P. As you can tell, I'm completely enthralled by this book. It is absolutely... Oh, wow. Sorry, excited. That is lovely. Oh, and our attic windows are doing well as well. I'm not surprised. I love it. Everybody getting so excited about the birthday. Really, really lovely. And I can confess, my husband bought me a whole load of stuff from Sewing Street for my birthday as well. I'm so excited. The box is out there waiting to be unpacked. I might have to do a little Instagram story about that later so you can all see what I bought. Oh, wow. So what this is what they've done is the pieces in the middle, they have actually used a cream, whereas the outside is a white. So if you were doing sort of a whole cloth effect, that would be stunning. Oh, I'm hearing now our Alison glass fabrics that we've got on by the half metre. The fabrics that are selling the best are the cloud and the lace. Wow, I'm not surprised. They're beautiful. So these pale colours are doing really, really well. And I like that because it's quite difficult to find a good white on white or a good solid lighter colour, which you can do as a contrast. That was that wedding ring quilt that we were doing earlier. You can tell that's what the detailing is for that quilt there, where they've used a white and white fabric. Just beautiful. Really good. And then you've got all the blocks in the back. So if you don't want to, and you can create your own with this because they're all the same size. You can go and stitch these out and copy these out, and you can do them however you like. And that's what I love about this book, is that it's not constricted. You can actually go and play. Now these are much, much simpler to do than the flying geese. So there's no harm in being able to take each one of these and doing them absolutely however you want to do them. And then these are the arcs at the back. So you can see that it says arc A, arc B. And if you flick back a page, you can see, hang on, there's arc E, there's arc B. and you've got all the different arcs all the way along. So you can see there's arc C, arc E, and if you go here, there's arc C. That's arc C as well. It's just 2 parts. And you just go through and you can pick up all these different arcs and you can plot them into your design as you go. Then you've got that central circle in the middle as well. See, I absolutely adore this book, and I can tell you now that's going to be in my basket, that's for sure. Definitely getting that today. Really, really great book, this. And it's one of those ones that you can aspire to do as well. So I'm so excited about all the messages coming through. Thank you so much for that. If we don't get to read it out, I will read it afterwards. I'm so sorry. There've been so many. It's so wonderful. I've had a message in from Genevieve saying, happy birthday, John. Have a wonderful day. Thank you, Genevieve. Sue's saying happy birthday. Oh, another Sue's saying she's got this book. Oh, and she's posted it. Oh, fabulous. So another Sue has this book and she's made one of the cushions out of it and she's posting a picture on Sewing Street for that today. Thank you so much. Who is that? Sheena saying happy birthday for John Cole Morgan. Thank you so much. It's so nice to have your messages. Hoping I'm having a wonderful show and a lovely afternoon with Andrew. Thank you so much. Oh. My word, I love stock announcements like this. Do you remember our Alison glass? Do you remember this fabulous bundle? I'm just going to slide it over here. We now have less than 15 of these bundles available as a bundle. All 24 of these fabrics as a bundle. There are less than 15 of them. And remember, you can check out as many times as you like today. You don't have to worry about postage and packaging at all, because you're getting free P&P all day. Just type in the word John into the code at the very end and you're going to get free postage and packaging. And if you call into the call centre, sing a happy birthday to the person that you're talking to. That'll make their day. Even if their name's not John. Of course. So we're now going to go through this Alison glass and show you these by the half metre as well. So I'm going to read out the code as we go. So the first one is Echo India Whiskey Uniform 39, and it is this fabulous purple. Oh, look at these patterns. And these are new to Sewing Street today. I am so excited about this. Just look at that design. And it's just so effortless, and it just sort of hides away on the fabric, so you've actually got to look into it as well. See, I use this for everything. I did the most incredible bargello out of these fabrics, and that bargello is it's one of the best things I have ever made. And it was so special because all the ladies that I know in my sewing group, they helped make it. That was on the Channel 5 TV show, and I used all Alison glass fabric for that. And all of the fabrics there are just so gorgeous. See, with this, I absolutely love these. So what I try and do is extend them a little bit. So I do add solid colours in now and then. Not all the time, because it's an Alison glass. You want to make her the star of the show. But it is nice because the solids from all the different collections that you get, whether it's Moda or Rose and Hubble or Macawa, all of these colours are available. So you can mix them up together as you go. You see, they do a lovely longhorn colour in this, in Moda, which works beautifully with this colour. The code on this one, it would help if I read that, WDWU60. Sorry, I was too busy chatting. I get carried away. So these are $6.99. Gosh, that's a really good price. Free P&P and $6.99. This is absolutely stunning. I'm hoping one of those bundles is over there. Darling Andrew, if you're watching, bundle in the basket. Come now. We now have 12 mega bundles now. Andrew, on the website, darling. Free P&P, pop my name in at the end. But this is such a great collection. Really loving this. Oh, and the green. This one is EKWU89. There we go. A little chartreuse in your life there. And the great thing with this is you can see all the little dots, they all look like hand stitching. So the crosses look like hand stitching. You can just see that echo quilting around those three little petals on the right-hand side of your screen. You can see that looks like hand quilting as well. So I think Alison Glass may have been the third designer I ever bought. Absolutely stuck with me ever since then, whether she likes it or not. And she's got the most fabulous Instagram page as well, always showing these incredible different things that she's coming up with. Oh, I didn't know about that. I'm just hearing she did a trip to India with people. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, a quilting retreat. Don't tell Andrew. Next one is Bravo Charlie Whiskey Uniform 78. Stay. Little stickers come off at times. Look at this colour. All of these are available by the half metre on the website, and we had less than 12 of our mega bundle. Just look at that colour. And what's so great with the background colour and then putting that slight purple in it, you'll notice that the purple that they've used here, or the maroon, is then used in other fabrics as well to tie everything in together. It's just perfectly done. Oh, these are gorgeous. But even as a half metre, you will easily be able to find any project to go with this. It'll be great. Oh my goodness, all of these ones, the ones I'm about to show you now, is really selling very well. So if you do want this by the half metre, don't wait, get it now. TLWU59. Just look how beautiful this is. Just so, so lovely. Oh my goodness, sorry, there's lots of cackling going on here, sorry. So you can see on that one as well, you'll be able to see the hand stitching elements there around each of the echo things that just work so beautifully on it, and it's such a great thing. See, I want to get my machine out and free motion in every one of those little teardrops in the colours of the other quilts, and we've got some Tula thread in a little while. I can't imagine what thread I'd use to do that. Oh, I'm hearing Tula thread's already being checked out. Oh, we're down to single figures on the Tula thread. I haven't even mentioned Tula thread yet. You know what it is? You've all been clever and you've looked, it's my birthday, and you've Googled Tula on our website. I know what you're up to. Look at these. Wait. Shall I just open those? Look at that. Look at that. But then, and then when I take this one and I put it there, and you can see how perfectly it goes with every single one of them. And it's not even Tula fabric. Not even Tula fabric. So, KEWU67. This green is, it's just, oh, love it. But the vividness of these colours, and look at the quality of the fabric is incredible, and I cannot believe that it's only $6.99 for a half metre. Really, really good. Don't tell Hayley, she might take it off. Look at that. It's just absolutely stunning. And I'm sure there's a Tula thread in there that matches this. I'm going to just quickly look while I'm looking here. Oh, I'm saying nothing. I'm saying nothing. Go look at the Tula thread. Go look at the Tula thread. Oh. So I am so pleased because you're all jumping on the website. I'm loving this because you're pulling out ideas from our, is it 11 o'clock show? Is it 9 o'clock? I can't remember which time it is, but when you're checking out this Carl Hench book, we've also got the Carol Doak foundation paper piecing paper that you can print on as well. So this book with that Carol Doak works really, really well. So if you're looking to Google that on the website, Google it, search it on the website, that's D-O-A-K, that's Carol Doak, that's her foundation paper piecing. Especially with a free P&P, go through every single piece on that website, because I did that just before my birthday. So yes, there's loads of treasures on there that you've kind of forgotten about, that you'd seen before. The next one is ZRWU56. Now this one has got a pattern change, which I love, because sometimes you want a little bit of a pattern change, but you still want those fabulous colours. But this one, you will be completely and utterly spoilt for choice on different designs, because look how incredible these different designs are, and they are so different and so interesting and so fun. Just look at all of those. And there's needle and thread, and there's a pair of scissors, and there's that absolute gorgeous diamond star there. And look at that circle, the orb with the different diamonds on it as well. Just incredible. Did you say there was a butterfly? Oh my goodness, look at their rabbits as well. Oh, I could spend ages looking at all of these, and I'm going to when I get my mega bundle. I've got to. But this is the great thing with this quilt, with this fabric, is once you've used it as a quilt, people would just spend so much time looking at all the different aspects of the fabric and the design that they would just be spoilt for choice on things like that. But can you imagine, this is an heirloom quilt. People will always be looking at the different aspects of it. CPWU80. And look at this. Oh, I've got it upside down. Sorry, 2 seconds. It probably wasn't upside down. I just thought it was, but there we go. Look at that. Oh, the bunnies are so cute. Wow, I'm now hearing the mega bundle is down to just 9. So these are slowly ticking out. I'm hoping there'll be one left at the end. Now, tomorrow, if you wanted to come and have a little sneak peek, someone may have designed a quilt using these fabrics. But I won't be able to show you that yet because I haven't finished it yet. It was my birthday. I was allowed a day off. But I'm not particularly sure we'll be able to rebundle the mega bundle. So if you are an Alison Glass fan like I am, don't hang around with these. Oscar, Foxtrot, Whiskey, Uniform, 28. Look at that. Oh? Of what? Okay, I'm sorry. I love hearing stories like this, but I'm going to have to now stop our scheduled programming of showing you all this Alison Glass, only because I have a stock warning for you. I tell you, we haven't even put graphics on. I have barely shown you this product, but look at what you're getting. We have a Tula Pink quilt coming up at 9 o'clock, so you'll be able to watch for that. But this product is absolutely stunning. Tula Pink Sunrise Collection has partnered with Orifil, and we are bringing you 20 different threads, different colours. There are only, how many of these left? There are only 5 left of these. When you're getting both of these colours, so you can see all these gorgeous pinks going to that light lavender. You've got this mint going to that dark blue, or dark purple over there. 100% cotton. How much are on each of these? Is it 100 and 200 meters on each of these? Just look at them. They are absolutely gorgeous. So this is the box that's T for Tango, or T for Tula. And then we've got a second box here, which is P for Pink. And that goes for your beautiful oranges and your greens, and you've got your white and your black there as well. But just gorgeous. And I'm sorry, I'm going to have to just do this because tell me that that doesn't line up perfectly for that. And then, I'm sorry, I'm just going this way again. Just look at that orange with that orange. Even though they contrast, they work so well together. And Tula Pink designs are incredible. So an Orifil thread, you all know how I gush about Orifil thread. They are absolutely stunning. And these colours, look at the two of those. So we're meant to be doing these at the 9 o'clock show, but you've all been searching the website and finding all our little treasures. And we've got these fabulous products here, so don't worry about those. We have got 5 left. So if you like Orifil and you love colour, well, there are 4 left. Okay, don't wait. They are so beautiful. They're going so quickly today. It's that free P&P. Type in John and your redemption code at the end and make sure you get your free P&P. And if you call the call centre, try not to sing to them, even though it'll be really funny for me, but not for them. So there we go. Now back to our original scheduled viewing today. We've got Hotel Bravo Whiskey Uniform 04. We're coming to this Alison glass in this gorgeous plum purple. Look how beautiful that is. Absolutely divine. Jam. Oh, I love the name of the fabrics as well. Look how gorgeous they all are, and all the fabrics, they just, oh, look at that. So that little octopus that you can see there with all those legs, I don't think it's an octopus, it's got many there. She did that in a different design in 2014, and that was just incredible as well. So she keeps these elements all the way through her fabrics as she evolves them each year, and they just merge into making such different things. They're brilliant. If you haven't heard of her, she's an American fabric designer. She designs for a company called Andover McCower, and she's been with them for, I think it's about 10 years now, and she just comes out with the most incredible colour combinations. Oh, gorgeous. Oh, I'm loving it. The website's a busy place to be today. If you haven't checked our website out, it's www.sewingstreet.com. If you don't like using websites, you can call our call centre, 0800 001 4433, and try not to sing happy birthday to the first person who answers the phone. So the first number here is HYWU38. Now, if you are calling the call centre, you don't have to say get the code John. You just tell them that it's got free P&P all day. You heard it from me, and they'll give you your free P&P today. You heard it from me first. 9th of May, all day free P&P if you say the word John. So this one has been selling incredibly well. It's the most popular fabric so far by the half metre, and you can see why. Just look at that. But to be able to have such a light fabric with such a gorgeous contrast on there that is so subtle, but also then just gives it a little hideaway, but also feature on your fabric as you're doing it. I think it's really, really clever, and I can see why you all love it so much. So we're hearing now, we have only got 8 of our mega bundles left. 8 of these left today. So what I'll do is I'll just show you where we are on our mega bundle. So it's going great today. I love that. So we've shown you this half, but look at that as our mega bundle. So these are 24 half metre pieces of the entire Alison Glass collection. And I'll try and hold these up as we go. All on the website by the half metre. Down to single figures now. And I forgot my trusty ruler to be able to do my little trick. I put my finger on there and usually it works. But look at that. And this one you'll see in a few minutes, it's got the most incredible cross-stitch effect on them. And they've got the most intricate designs on it. It's so clever. But just look at the vivid colours on that. Yes. So you're shopping us out of house and home today, ladies and gentlemen, and I can't thank you enough. The Moda Boutique Bundle, we have 8 left. 8! You're loving it! I'm so excited, and these are my favourite fabrics in the company at the moment. I'm going to do something completely unorthodox. I'm standing on the wrong end of the table. It's my birthday. They can't scream at me today. Sadly, in this bundle, you don't get the cake included because I'm going to shove that in my face in a little while. But we will show you the half meters of that before the end of the show. We don't want you to miss out on that. But we thought we'd let you know that there are only 8 of those left as well. And that just everything's going so well. Before my eyes, it's brilliant. Just keep refreshing it and it'll be there. But look, these are the ones. So we've shown half of these already from the blue up. And then from the grey down, we haven't shown you those yet. We're coming up with those. I just wanted to remind you of the whole bundle because we're on 8 of those left now. And then we've shown you these already. Oh, I've just dragged a code off. So poor Cat is going to love that, right? I'm just going to put that there. That's the code we're missing. Sorry, Cat. It's my birthday. You can't scream at me today. Yes, I am getting a bit of a stare. I'm just going to pretend. I'll look at the preview screen and pretend I'm not getting a dead stare. She's moved behind the preview screen. Oh, I love it. And it's all 2 meters apart, so we're all perfectly socially distanced before anybody worries. So now we're going to go back to the half meters that we've done. Free P&P all day. And thank you all so much for your messages. It's really lovely. And I can't believe everybody in the team was saying their happy birthdays as well. That was very kind. So this one is HTWU54. And look, you know, grey is one of those colours you just cannot get anymore at the moment. You have all taken on the grey colours and absolutely adored them. This one is no different. We've got that fabulous grey there, embroidery cloud, half metre for $6.99, and such a great price. I can tell you now, it wouldn't be that price in my shop. Look at that. And remember, it's free postage and packaging today. All day, you just type in the word John when you're checking out and you'll be able to get free postage and packaging all day. Now, remember we very briefly did the Tula Pink Aurifil? Now, if you want one, there are 2 left. Two. So if you want one of the Tula Pink Aurifils, I'm not even going to get time probably to do them because they've been so popular this morning. There are only 2 left. So go and check out the website and you'll be able to find them there, but there are only 2 of those left. So if it's in your basket, the Tula Pink Aurifil, you're going to need to check out because someone can get that from you and we're not sure when we can get it in again because you know how limited these all are. Next one is LHWU36. But look at this. I can't remember what colour this is, but just look at that gorgeous gold mustard. Yarrow. Oh, I don't know what a yarrow is, but it's beautiful. It's a vegetable of some kind. It isn't a... Oh. I'm sure somebody upstairs is Googling it frantically to look what a yarrow is. And of course the website's probably crashing, can't get it, figure out what it is. It is a plant of some kind. Google it if you'd like. Send a picture in if you have a yarrow in your garden. I don't, because I don't have a garden. And that is our yarrow colourway. Today the next one we have is NBWU81. And just look at this gorgeous green. Olive, there we go. I know what an olive is, I've had many of them. Oh, I love an olive with blue cheese. Oh, yum, sorry. You see, I know all of you are thinking it's breakfast, but I've been up since 4, so for me it's like afternoon tea right now. So olives with blue cheese sound lovely, but that colourway is so gorgeous. Oh, I love this. Everyone is so excited. Birthday, free P&P. We got the Lotus. I did say I wouldn't do it again, but I'm just going to do it now, leave it open. Isn't it just fabulous? Next one is VZWU17. And look at this. It's just the most gorgeous green. This is turtle green. Oh, look at that. Absolutely stunning. So this is the little range that they've called embroidery. Is it the embroidery section of these? Absolutely stunning. Now you see, I'm looking at all of those and I always look at fabric and think, how would I use that? What would I do with it? And I have to say, I've become a little bit addicted to fussy cutting. and I absolutely adore fussy cutting for hexagons. And I'm looking at all these, and because you've got so many with the same colourway, you've got 2, 4, 6, 7, makes a perfect flower. You could actually go and cut out each one of these designs in the different colourways, and you could make a flower of scissors, or a flower of hearts, or a flower of moths, or butterflies, or seahorses, or bunnies, or all of the other beautiful things that are on there. Absolutely loving these. Now the last pack, I think these are the most interesting for sure. And I've not seen anything like this before. Absolutely stunning. JFWU40. That is gorgeous. And you wouldn't have thought there were that many colours in them. There are 5 different colours in there. Look at that. But just look at that design. Absolutely stunning. And then when you look at them individually, the cross-stitching on there, you can just see those 2 little bunnies in the middle of your screen there, and the little lion above it, and the ladybird. You see the level of detail that you get in this design. And look at the squirrels. Sorry, the squirrels over the mushrooms. Oh my goodness, these are adorable. Very, very, very clever design. But that's Alison Glass for you. She is absolutely genius with her designs. And having her and Tula Pink in one show, oh my goodness, it's like Christmas. It's like Christmas. And I haven't even touched my batiks yet. Oh my goodness. It's almost as if it was my birthday. I'm hearing I'm not going quick enough. You know what it is? Kat has given me the most fabulous little tool to fold them with. I'll put them somewhere safe and I can't find it. FWWWU93. So you're going to see all of these at a breakneck speed now. We've got so much on the show today. And you can see how beautifully designed these are. And you've got the little mushrooms and the ladybirds there again. So this one is FWWU93. Oh, lichen? Menagerie lichen. Beautiful there. That's by the half metre, $6.99 again. That's not how you fold them, but it is when you're in a hurry. QZWU89. The lovely tealy colour there. Oh, look at that. Just look at those 2 little squirrels there. Oh, and the colour's called Mermaid. Oh, I love it. Oh, look at it. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. It is properly my birthday now. Oh, I love this. Oh, I love that. That's going in my bag. I'm just going to put it in my bag. And then the pink. Oh, so LPWU73. I don't think anybody in the world gets as excited about fabric as I do. Look at that! Oh, really beautiful colours there. Even that scarab beetle in the middle there looks beautiful. Oh. You know, not everybody looks at scarab beetles and go, oh, I definitely want you in my quilt, but now I do. Look at that. Oh, they're gorgeous. Oh, and then we've got our beautiful teal colourway here. It's probably not called teal. IHWU69. Opal. Oh, but look at that. Oh, that is just so beautiful. Absolutely stunning there. Half metre, again, $6.99. Such a great price. And the quality of these, you definitely can't beat that, that's for sure. Really, really beautiful there. Cat is going to murder me. YVWU13. Tiger. Oh, I love that colourway. But again, look at that. And from a distance, it doesn't even look like the cross-stitching, but when you get up close, the detailing is so beautiful. But look how beautiful that bee looks as well. $6.99 by the half metre for that one. Really, really beautiful there. We've got 3 left. I feel like we've been doing these for hours. They're brilliant. CBWU87. look at these. This is the Menagerie Salmon, half metre, $6.99. And again, you can see how perfect these are. Absolutely stunning. And two left. This one's been selling really well as well. This light colourway works very well. UXWU74. Oh, it's called Unicorn. Oh my goodness, everything inside me just clapped. Look at that. Oh, look at the bee. It needs to be in my life. Look how beautiful that is. Oh, that's cool. And it's called Unicorn. There's not a person alive who doesn't love a unicorn. Scotland's national animal, isn't it? Ask Google. And then last but not least, we've got Golf Delta Whiskey Uniform 93. I probably got that upside down, don't I? I do. I'm going too quickly. This is called Pepper, but look at that. Oh, that is lovely. But completely different areas catch your attention depending where you're looking on it. And the further away you get as well, you can just see that incredible outline of the design. Look at that. But you know, if you've not used Alison glass before and you want to try it, with a free P&P all day, and it is such a great price for the half meters there, $6.99, you can give it a go and try it. It's such a great colour. Now you're going to forgive my folding on all of these. I'm going to have to redo that one. I can't leave that one on. Because I can't show you the mega bundle then. Because the mega bundle has been selling so well. Now remember, yours will be folded by a professional, not by me. And you can see these incredible colours there. And the mega bundle's been selling incredibly well this morning. We had less than, we had 8 left the last time I mentioned it. And they're selling slowly. There are only 6 of these left now. So bit by bit they're going to go. But that is just beautiful. Loving all of those. So that's our first mega bundle of the day with a rogue sticker on the counter. But now we've got our mega bundle over here for the batiks. Oh my goodness, look at these. So these are by the half meter as well as by the mega bundle, but we haven't got the website sorted on that yet. And I'm going to do my trusty trick of holding this like this so you can see all the colorways there. Just look how gorgeous they all go together. This is the Maui Moda Mega Bundle Batik Bundle for £113.49. You've got 13 different fabrics in there. So we're going to start at the top. Now, our website's having a bit of a moment, so you're going to have to bear with me now. Get a pen and paper because you're going to need to write the code down as we go through this. Or you can type it into your computer as you go, but writing the codes down might just be easier for you as we go. So there are pictures coming. Well, I'm hoping you've got the codes because they're not perfect. Sorry, I thought I was looking for codes and I was like, panic, no codes. So this is, so you first of all got the mega bundle that we've shown you there, all as a bundle, all 13 pieces. So I'm going to show you each one individually. If you're looking for this on the website, you're going to type in H for hotel, M for Mike, W for whiskey 118, and that'll be available for $8.99 by the half meter for this gorgeous pink. And our website, we are doing everything possible because of social distancing and the new normal. We're doing everything possible to get it all going. So thank you for bearing with us. You've got the free postage all day today, so it will be available later on today on the website with the pictures and everything. So just bear with us while we get that sorted. Because we had so many new things. You saw there were 24 Alison glass added on there. Then we got another 13 here. So I think the website just took a little look at this and went, nope, nope, I refuse. Tired, going to bed, night night. So that is our first colourway there. I'm going to put that at the top. Oh my goodness, look at this one. This is the Aqua. Oh, so this is called Sea Glass. So the code you'll need to type in on the website here is N for November, P for Papa, W for Whiskey, 134. And you can just see how gorgeous that is. Now, with batik, they always look like they run, but if you look at that, you can see that's the back, that's the front, or that's the front, that's the back. Because they are identical on both sides, it is not going to matter which way round you use it. And the great thing about batiks is 99 times out of 100, they are completely 1000% colour fixed. I always wash my batiks first. It doesn't matter who's done them. I always give them a nice cold wash with a colour catcher, just because it's got the most fabulous technique of hand dyeing these. Sometimes there's a little bit of a run on it, so I always give them a little bit of a wash beforehand. It's absolute. Look at this. This is now the aqua. Oh, look. Gosh, look at that. See, batiks, I love working with them because they are just so soft. They're easy to work with, and they're entirely unique. It doesn't matter if you buy 2 meters of this. If you cut them into 4.5 meters, they're all different because you'll have the little dots in different places, and they'll all come out totally, totally different. There's no repeats on them. Everything about batiks is completely unique just because of the way they dye them, the way they fold them. Some folds are a little deeper than others, some are a little bit thinner, and they just come out completely uniquely. Our website's having a moment, so if you're typing this in, you're looking for G for golf, H for hotel, W for whiskey, 198, and that will then bring that up. $8.99 for a half meter. Add that to your basket. Free postage and packaging all day. If your postage and packaging hasn't come up as free, look for where you enter a promotional code and just type in my name, John, and it'll give you your free P&P all day. Even if you, but look at that. Look at that. Tell me that's not a party in your fabric there. Just stunning. Party in your fabric right there. You can play that back if you need to. I chose my words very carefully there. I get into trouble even when I say it right. V for Victor, B for Bravo, W for Whiskey, 130. Party in your fabric there. $8.99 by the half meter. Oh, I love talkback. You get a totally different conversation going on there. I do think we should actually offer that service where talkback can be given to the viewers as well. Oh my goodness. So this one, oh, is lovely. Look at that. Again, another party. Just look at that. They are so, so vivid. This one's the multi-spirals batik fabric. $8.99, but imagine this is a dress or a shirt. I definitely am thinking I'm going to have to contact that lovely Alison again. This is a fabric for me. So if you're looking for that, if you want these, to get these, unfortunately, I have to go on the website and type in the code J for Juliet, F for Foxtrot, W for Whiskey, 149. Now, saying I want a shirt for this, I'd probably need 3.5, 4 meters of fabric. I'd have to buy 8 units of that, and that would come to you as a 4 meter piece. So you won't have to worry, it won't come to you as 8 individual half meter pieces. They will come up as one individual piece there. Just order multiple units and make sure you're doing it at the same time, not ordering 1.5 meter, next one at 1.5 meter, and making sure you do it, order it all in one go, and you go, oh my goodness, look at this one. This is gorgeous. Look at that. This is the Maui Ocean Batik fabric. Can you imagine this is a sarong? Oh, that just makes you think of holidays. Do you remember holidays way back in the day? I for India, X for X-ray, W for Whiskey, 185. Unfortunately, our website Gremlins are having a bit of a moment this morning, so you will need to type that in. There isn't a picture either, unfortunately, so I'm really sorry. But within the next hour, I am 90% sure that they're all going to be completely up and running and get that sorted. We've got free postage and packaging all day today. So make sure you check that out, and we'll be able to get that on the website later in the day. Look at this beautiful blue. Look at this beautiful blue. Night sky, look at that. And it's great, great quality fabric here with Moda. Really stunning. And do you remember when I said to you that each piece of these is unique? So when they're dyeing that, where you've got those white bits, they've actually scrunched the fabric up so that you had the reaction there at that specific point. And each one of those folds is completely different. It's just the depth of colour. You get such great, great quality with this. Night sky fabric there. If you're typing this into the website, it's K for kilo, B for Bravo, W for Whiskey, 110. Really, really lovely fabric there. And next, oh my goodness, look at this one. This is called multi-dot. Look at that. That is so beautiful. Can you imagine one of those big autumnal trees walking through a forest there? It's absolutely gorgeous. So this code you'd need to type on the website is T for Tango, E for Whiskey, E for Echo, W for Whiskey 171, TEW171. But I'm sure the website will be sorted very, very soon. Everybody's working very hard to make sure everybody's safe. But so many new products. And you've got to use your free P&P, so now's the time. If you've been looking at the website, go through and look at everything. The other day I spent about an hour and a half going through every product. We've got so much wonderful stuff on there. This one's now the Moda Maui Sunshine Stripe Batik fabric. Gosh, that's a tongue twister. And it's K for Kilo, W for Whiskey, W for Whiskey 156. If our website's not up and running with the product yet, just type that code in and you will be drawn to it and you can buy that as you like. Gosh, these are gorgeous. So then we've got this beautiful, beautiful blue turquoise dot, we've called this one. The code for this one is O for Oscar, W for Whiskey, W for Whiskey 181, and again $8.99 for a half metre. Beautiful, beautiful batiks, and it's exactly the same on the front as it is on the back, so you don't need to worry about ever, and that's the other great thing about batiks, it doesn't matter what you're piecing together, it's the same front and back. You never have to worry about putting it the wrong way round, because we've all sewn it the wrong way round before. Oh, wow. Look at this. Oh, that is just so bright and beautiful. The code for this one is S for Sugar, V for Victor, W for Whiskey 157. And you can see why when Hayley M asked me what were my favourite fabrics. These are them. Look at that batik. Oh. Can you imagine these as a beautiful little scarf or a shawl? Because also it's nice, it's not very thick either. So if you were going to sort of an event of some kind at some point in the near future, you'll be able to take your beautiful new scarf. And it's totally, totally unique because batiks, every single piece of batik is totally, totally different. So even if you made two, they'd be different. Oh wow, that is just sunshine in a piece of fabric there. Look at that. Wow. And it is called the Sunshine Batik fabric there. The code for this one, if you're searching it on the website, is Q for Quebec, H for Hotel, W for Whiskey 179. Absolutely stunning there. And this one's... And then the very, very last piece in our bundle here today. Is that price right? I don't think that price is right. So, we're going to double check the price on that, but I think it is $7.49, otherwise it's $8.99. The code for that one is IXW125. Yeah. Don't know who did that, but there we go. $7.49. There you go. Better get it quick before they fix it. And now we've got the fabulous mega bundle. Now I promise you, when you get the mega bundle, yours will be folded a lot nicer than that. Won't be doing it live on air very quickly to get it done. But look at how beautiful these colours are there. Really, really lovely bundle there. Really great. And I'm so pleased I could bring you my favourite fabrics that we've got on the air. Absolutely love all of these, and I really, really can't express how much I'm loving these. With that, so that's that mega bundle there. Remember to carry on checking out your free P&P today. Type my name in for the code, JOHN, and you'll get your free postage and packaging throughout the day. Can't thank you all enough for your lovely messages this morning. It's been very, very, very heartwarming and really lovely. Now, the next hour, we have got the most incredible quilt. I'm not going to say any more. Stay tuned. We're just going to redo the set. See you in a few seconds. Hello and welcome. We love hearing from you and we really hope that you can follow us on our social media platforms. We've got Instagram, which is @SewingStreet. We have Facebook. We've got 2 Facebook pages. One is the Sewing Street TV page and the other one is Sewing Street Fans. All 3 of these are monitored all the time by our wonderful team, and if you want to message us on air, drop us a line on either of those 3 and we'll definitely be able to answer your questions that you may have. If you post on the actual wall, we can perhaps answer there. Otherwise, message us as well. That works really, really well. Thank you so much for being involved, and it's only because of this community that we're able to bring you all these different diverse products and to be able to answer your questions that you may have. Another way you can stay in touch with us is by signing up to our newsletter. These newsletters are sent out to you very regularly and they include not only our guest profiles of upcoming guests, but also amazing shows that we've got coming up for you. And if you want to look at the amazing products before everybody else, that's the best way to do it. If you'd like to sign up and you haven't already, the link to follow is www.sewingstreet.com/sign up. You won't regret it. Thank you.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying 1 postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping.
If you love sewing, then you need the UK's favourite sewing magazine. Every month, you'll receive exclusive patterns. Follow simple step-by-step guides suitable for all skill levels to make your own stunning clothes, accessories and more. Together with inspiring tips and tricks from industry experts. Join in and discover your love for sewing. Try Love Sewing today and get your first 3 issues for just £6.
Would you like to take part in our weekly competition? If you do, then all you have to do is head to the Sewing Street fan page group on Facebook. Post your picture of your make. Myself, Debbie Shaw and John Cole Morgan love looking at all of your makes every week. We pick our favourite and announce the winner every Friday live on the show. Happy sewing and good luck.
Hi John, I just wanted to say a very happy birthday to you. I hope you have a really wonderful day and I hope we can catch up soon. Have a lovely time.
Happy birthday, John. Have a great day. Hope to see you soon.
Happy birthday, John. Hope you have a great day.
Happy birthday, John. I hope you have a fabulous day. Wishing you lots of love on your birthday.
Hi John, just wanted to say happy birthday. I hope you have an amazing day. It's a special day just for you because today's the day the world gave us you. Enjoy your birthday show. Lots of love.
So I'm beyond excited for this hour, and we have got the Starburst quilt by Tula Pink. Now I'm going to stand to one side and pull this quilt out, and this is the quilt. It is so incredibly exciting. It is huge. Absolutely huge. And the fabric, now anybody who's ever used Tula Pink knows her fabric is absolutely incredible. Even on the small scale over here, the fabrics are absolutely divine, absolutely gorgeous. And you've got the little baby monkeys all the way along here. I absolutely can't explain to you how much I love them. And you're going to get the exact thing. I'm going to show you exactly what you get. Now, my husband is in a meeting at the moment, and I know this, which is why I'm able to say this was my birthday present from Andrew. He doesn't know it yet, but he has bought me one of these, maybe two of these, because they're so amazing. Because I'm going to now open my birthday present with you. I cannot tell you, and I'm so pleased he's in a meeting, so that he won't know this yet. But it's great being able to take hubby's credit card and be able to just go and buy something lovely for yourself. And because I've got it, I can now open it with you, and I can open one of my birthday presents with you. Proper birthday morning, this. So these are fabric scissors, I promise you. Now, if you want to look at this now, before we do all of this, we hinted towards the Aurifil. It's gone. Bye. I would put it, as I normally do, really sternly under the counter, but it's so beautiful and so practical. I'm just going to hide it under there. So if you are looking for this quilt and you're struggling to find it on the website for any reason, go into the search bar and just type in Tula. T-U-L-A, Tula. And there it is. Second option down, click on that, and there it is. And that's what it looks like, fully laid out. How big was this quilt? I can't remember. 86 inches square. Absolutely stunning. Well, the great thing with this is having two. I bought one to make and the other one for the fabric. I bought two of them. Sorry, Andrew bought two of them, yes, all through Sewing Street, and it was really, really cool because it was my first purchase through Sewing Street, and I got a sewing machine as well. I know, I'm very excited, very excited. That'll be on Instagram tomorrow because it arrived today. I got a text during the message. So I'm going to now show you, this is exactly what you get. So we've got our fabulous pattern. Oh my gosh, 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 oh my god, it's so much fabric. That's so much fabric. This is the first time that we are showing Free Spirit fabric. Oh my gosh, look how much of this. Oh my goodness. You're getting this much and much and much and much of these. Sorry, I'm very excited about this. Thank you, Andrew. When you watch this back on YouTube, I'm opening my birthday present on here. And the great thing is he won't mind because he sees all the joy that I'm getting on it. Now, I'll refer to the pattern in a little while. I'm just going to now show you each and every fabric that you're getting with each one. It's frogs. Look at that. You've got frogs. Little baby frogs. But you wouldn't have noticed they were frogs if I hadn't pointed them out because they're so perfectly designed in the fabric. And then you've got her traditional gorgeous stripe. And the stripe, because I want to see where it all is. Oh, where is the stripe? Oh, the stripe's the binding. Oh, clever girl. Look at this. Everything for the front of your quilt. Only thing you need is your backing. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Look, and look, it's got eyes. It's got eyes. It's two birds, but it's also in a heart. Oh, oh my gosh, Tula dots. Have you seen what she does with her dots in EPP? They're amazing. They are amazing. And then you've got this, oh my goodness, look at this. Oh, look at that. And just that movement, the way she changes everything. Oh my goodness, that's so beautiful. It's so lovely. Thank you, Andrew. I'm so happy. Look at my little ladybugs as well. And now I have no idea how much fabric you're getting each one, but I know that you've got enough to make the whole kit. So you're absolutely fine on that. And it is a huge quilt. Even the solid is beautiful. And the feel of it, that Free Spirit feel of it is just gorgeous. Oh, we're getting more than one solid. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I like opening birthday presents. Look. Oh my god, they're bananas. Oh my god, I've seen the bananas. Hold it, hold the place. Look, look, no, I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, the bananas. I'm opening the whole thing because it's bananas. And look how cute they are. Oh my gosh, they're little baby happy bananas. And they look like peas, but they're not peas, they're bananas. They're Tula bananas because everything's a different colour. Oh my gosh, I love it, I love it. And this one I am going to take my time and fold properly because it's Tula Pink and it's mine. Oh my goodness. Oh, look at it, that colour. And that's why I bought two of these, because I wanted the fabric to make one, but also the fabric then to keep. Well, I did think we've got 2 sofas and occasionally we sit on opposite. Oh, sorry. Oh my gosh. Green bananas and blue bananas. Oh my goodness, look at them. Really, really, really lovely. Now, I've just got this weird image of people finding me on there getting uber excited going, the man's unwell. The man is unwell. Please call social services immediately. Look at them. But I love the fact that they've got eyes. Oh my goodness, I love this. So that's all the fabric you're getting in this bundle. So this is everything you need for the front and the binding. Now this, you can tell, is all of this. So there's a huge amount of the monkey fabric. And then you can go through all of these to see how it is. But if you can't find it on the website because it's not popping up, just type in Tula. And you're going to get the set of instructions as well. And having made one of her quilts before, they are incredibly easy to do. Really, really easy to lay out. And you've got a strapology. It's a strapology. Oh, sorry. I'm going to now stop looking at my pattern and how to do it. And I'm going to take a few minutes now to go through my pattern because we've got the fabulous Sally Stevens. And she has made this quilt. And she has made, well, she's made a quilt that, she's made the demo. Sorry, I'm just rambling on because I'm so excited. So Sally Stevens is going to now be with us for the next few minutes and able to show you how to make this quilt.
Hello, I'm Sally Stevens and I'm here to show you how to make this amazing Starburst quilt in beautiful Tula Pink fabrics. You can see the quilt behind me. It's absolutely stunning. It almost looks like I've got a halo around me, which I think is lovely. And this is the pattern, which is very well illustrated, very clear instructions. And I'll be going through all of that with you and a few hints and tips along the way to help you to create the finished quilt. So to begin, we have a lovely bundle of fabrics, and the trick that we're going to do with them effectively is to sew them into long strips and then to cut them into diamond shapes. So it looks a lot more complicated here than hopefully you'll see it is when I'm actually making it. So we start by cutting from each fabric the required number of strips, and that's all very clearly written for you here in the pattern. You may not be able to see that on camera, but it is all listed for you, the actual name and number of the fabric, and not just that, but a picture of the fabric as well, so that you can be sure you've got the right one. And all of the strips for the Starburst part, which is one of these, are 2 3/4 inches wide by the width of fabric. A lot of patterns, including this one, I think they use the abbreviation WOF, width of fabric, that's all that means, which is from selvage to selvage edge. So it's the longest width of the fabric. And to create this effect, we start with our 2 3/4 inch strips. And I'm very fond of labelling everything, and I would recommend doing that as well, to make sure that you get the right fabric, obviously, but also to make sure that each of the star points is identical, because you don't want them messed up, or you won't get quite such a nice effect. So these happen to be the A, B and C fabrics. The Starburst diamond itself has, if we go through it here, fabric A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, and so on to fabric O, I think it is. So I'm not going to sew all of those together, but I'll start off by sewing these together. And the first little tip, which is explained in the instructions and shown here, is to stagger the strips as you sew them. So I'll unclip these. Now I didn't bother to cut the selvage off because we're going to be staggering the strips and trimming the edges off. But if you want to be sure, then do trim off the selvages. We won't be using them. So we're going to start with fabric A and next to it fabric B. and we're going to leave approximately 2 3/4 inches staggered between the two. That's because when we come to actually cut the strips apart, we're going to be cutting them on an angle like that. And obviously it'll be a lot longer. So we'll start by sewing those two together. Now I tend not to be a pinner, but I would recommend, certainly for anyone that's starting out, that you do pin as much as you feel comfortable with, and that should give you a lot more confidence. Always, if you can, if you are pinning, I'll just come back to the middle here, pin with the point of the needle out, so that when you're sewing on this side, you're not going to go over the, in my case it's a flower head pin, but it could be a round pin. You never really want to sew over or onto a pin because it can break your needle and certainly bend it. But if you've got it facing this way around, then at least you can see what you're doing and you're pulling your pin out away from the needle itself rather than towards it. So we'll start by sewing these two strips together. It's just a basic simple stitch. It's a 1/4 inch seam, and I've got a 1/4 inch foot on my machine here, so that helps to do the 1/4 inch, but you may have markings on your machine or you may have markings on the foot itself. Whether you use a 1/4 inch foot or not, always check to begin with that as your needle drops down into the fabric, that measurement is a 1/4 inch, because just putting your 1/4 inch foot on doesn't do that automatically. Your needle will still be in the middle of the foot. So just adjust it, do a sample and measure it. Once you're happy you've got the 1/4 inch, and we sew our first strips together. As I say, I'm not going to do all of them, but I'll just do a couple to show you, because then I can show you the cutting out part. Right, I'll leave it there, we don't need to go right to the end. So there we go, we've got our first two strips sewn together, and you need to press that, which normally when you're pressing you do press towards the darker side of the fabric so that your seam allowance doesn't show under a lighter fabric. But with this we've got such a variety of colours, and they are good strong prints, so really it's very difficult to see behind even on the lighter ones. So press to either side. I did, when I was pressing mine, when I'd sewn the following strips on, I'll turn it back this way, that would be strip 3. When I was sewing the extra strips on, I did press one seam towards me, one seam away from me, just because I thought to begin with that would help with interlocking. When it actually came to assembly I didn't find it make that much difference, but I would still either press them all in one direction or alternately, well there is no other third option, is there, so that you can see which row is which when we've cut them and come to join them together. So I'll just sew a little bit of this third one on. Again, we're leaving it about 2 3/4 inches from the next strip. And off we go again. Again, I'll just stop that there. Okay. So this is the formation of our strip set. And we carry on from fabric A to H, I think it is. Yeah. Staggering them as we go. And that would be our first strip set. The second strip set, if I go back to the instructions here, the first strip set has fabrics A to H. The second strip set has B to I, then C to J, and so on. So they're being staggered one fabric at a time. So just to show that again, with this fabric, you're starting with this as the A fabric, B, C, D, etc. Your next strip set will start with fabric B and go on, and you add a new one on the end. I'll show you on the actual diamond itself. This is what then gives you the staggered effect, because you'll have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and so on. Then B, C, D, E, F, and so on. C, D, E. So that's how the staggered effect comes and creates this beautiful diamond effect. So if we now go, assume that I've made some strip sets, which in fact I have. There's strip set 1. There's the A. Here's strip set 2. So you can see the stepped effect of the fabrics now. I've added this different one in at this strip set. I'll just say strip set 3. It's easy to say if you've got your teeth in. There you go. So again, there's the staggered effect. At this stage, you're thinking, oh heck, what's going to happen next? Well, that's when the magic happens. So I'll move those out of the way. So we've now got our strip set A, which is ready done. And we need to cut diamond shapes out of these strips. And this is what we're going to be cutting from this strip set. And the strips will vary. Each strip set is slightly different. From each strip set you need to cut 8 of these, and I'll show you that now, because there are 8 diamond points in the quilt itself, so that's why the 8. 2 at the top, 4 at the sides, 2 at the bottom. Okay. And it's such lovely fabric to work with. I really enjoyed working with it because, I don't know if you can see, it doesn't fray. Some fabrics, you know, they fray a little bit. And with this, you're working entirely with bias angles when you get to these strips here. These are all bias strips, which I'll explain a little bit more about that in a minute. So you don't want them to fray, because otherwise they can end up quite a lot smaller than you started with. So I'll move that out of the way. So the way to do this, I need to find on my ruler. I'm going to attempt, if I can, to do this back to front. Don't know if I can. Here we go. So I'm going to pretend that you're standing here and you're looking at this way. I don't know whether we can close in. There's a 45-degree angle on the ruler that runs across here. We need to line that up with either the top or the bottom edge, it doesn't matter, of your fabric, because we want to make a 45-degree cut. That's what creates the diamond effect. Now, obviously my ruler isn't quite long enough to do that, so I'm going to move the 45-degree angle up so that it's level with one of the parallel lines. And if you still haven't got as long a ruler as I have, you can still use that principle, but cut a little way, hold steady, move the ruler along and cut a little bit further. So I'm going to turn this round to face me now, because I think cutting towards myself is not only not recommended, but would probably be quite dangerous. So, here we go, 45-degree angle, level with the edge of the fabric if your ruler is long enough. If not, move your ruler along to a horizontal seam. Make sure that 45 degrees is level and make your first cut. So I'm just going to carefully move my ruler along to finish the cut. Making sure it's all in alignment. And that's our first cut made. Plus a bit of free bunting. So that's our first cut made. Second cut, exactly the same principle, but you need to cut 2 3/4 inches across. Again, that's clearly explained in the instructions, looking upside down. Yep, cut 2 3/4 inches in, and you need 8 strips from this strip set, and then you do the same thing for each strip set. So I'll cut another one. And the way I did this was I just turned my strip set around once I'd done the first cut, and then lined up the 2 3/4 mark on the cut edge. Now, it's a good idea not to handle these strip sets too much now from this stage, because that edge is now the bias edge, so you could stretch them and skew them. When we're talking about a bias edge, with a piece of fabric, let's use a slightly bigger one. With a piece of fabric, this is what's called the width of fabric. That's selvage to selvage. And then you have the warp, which is top to bottom of your fabric bolt, and the weft, which is the weave of the fabric across. If you pull your fabric sideways like that, you can see it stretches a little bit. If you pull it in this direction, it doesn't stretch really at all. If you stretch it at an angle, it really stretches. And that's the bias angle. So that's the stretchiest part of the fabric. And sometimes I think in dressmaking and so on, you can make use of that, and that's very useful. And when you're cutting angles in patchwork like we are, that's still a good, nice, straight, sharp edge. But if you mess with it too much, it might stretch, as we've explained. So try not to handle it too much. Don't be afraid of it though. Worst comes to worst, you could always give it a light press. And what I would recommend as well, if you've got it, is spraying with best press. I use it a lot. I really do use it a lot. And if you spray your fabric with it before you cut, it does keep it a slightly bit stiffer. It's not really stiff, but a slight bit of stiffness in it, so that you can be a bit more sure that your fabric's not going to bend and wiggle and bow. So I've lined that up, 2 3/4 inches. And cutting, and because my ruler isn't quite long enough, I'm just going to move that side, line up 2 3/4 again, and continue the cut. Okay, so there you have your first strip of your first diamond starburst point. And if I go to the quilt, if I'm able to go to the quilt, you'll see where that goes. Hang on, like that one. Is that visible? Yeah. Now, having cut those all out, we end up with 8 in total, 8 different ones. You can see when we put them together now, which we'll sew them together in just a moment, can you see how the diamond is beginning to form? And it will end up, when we've finished sewing it together, the full size, which is this one. Okay. Now we sew these together again with a 1/4 inch seam, but you need to remember, and this is in the instructions, but it is a very important thing to remember, when you're joining diamonds like these, we're going to go right sides together, as usual, and a 1/4 inch seam, but you need to have a 1/4 inch little ear sticking out over the top on that point. Can you see that? And at the other end then, you'll have a 1/4 inch sticking out at the other end. Okay, that's a little 1/4 inch there. Now this I would pin, and again, this is a good idea to check your 1/4 inch seam, because that will make all the difference. If you've got this laid out right and you haven't pulled or stretched it, then hopefully your seams will join when we get to the end. And you take a bit more time than this at home. But I'm now going to sew my 1/4 inch seam and you can do a little backwards and forward stitch at the beginning and end just to secure it. And then just take the pins out as we go. And try not to pull or stretch these, just let them hang in your hand. In fact, when I was making my samples, the cat kept pulling on the other end, so I did have to unpick one strip. So I haven't pinned all the way along, but I would definitely recommend that you do. Almost at the end. Trim that off. And we hope, I think they're slightly off because I didn't pin, but in fact they are quite a bit off. I think my 1/4 inch is a little bit narrow on here. So that's the diamonds sewn together. I think with a slightly wider 1/4 inch seam on there would work better. It's always worth doing a little sample with a couple of bits of scrap fabric to start off with. But then you should find that your points match an awful lot better than they did on the sample I've just done. But don't worry if they don't match exactly. There's 1 or 2 places where mine don't, and the overall effect isn't spoiled at all. And the fabrics are so bright and bubbly and happy and quite busy in places that it really doesn't show. So I always think finished is better than perfect, and this looks perfect when it's finished, even if you haven't got every single seam and point joining. I think if I sew that again with a slightly wider seam, 1/4 inch, we'll just give it a go, see if that improves it at all. I had to do this on my own machine. And it's better to start narrow and increase than the other way round. It's because of the angle of the diamonds. It's not like nesting seams on straight pieces of fabric, squares and rectangles. Yeah, that's a lot better actually. Normally when I'm joining two pieces of fabric together, I would pin them and make sure the seams line up. With this, if you try to make the seams line up, it'll all go wonky when it's sewn. So you can see the seam on this side is nowhere near where that one is. But when it's sewn together, ta-da! So it was my 1/4 inch seam on there that was a little bit too narrow. But you can, you can play with your own measurements on your machine and just do a double check. I always think with any project, actually, when you're making a block, not necessarily the whole of the starburst here, but just cut a couple of strips, 3 or 4 maybe, of some scrap fabric, sew them together as I've done, staggered, cut the degree angles, and then sew a couple of strips together and test it out. Because then you haven't wasted your good fabric. You've learned what width you need for your needle, your 1/4 inch, and you're going to have a much more successful result. Okay. So we sew all of those together and we come to our full finished starburst diamond. You can see most of that, hopefully. Now I've just made a couple here for demonstration purposes, but what we're doing next is assembling these diamonds. That's the image on there, the pattern. We need to assemble those, and in between are going to be triangles and squares. So if I just point to the quilt, top, bottom and the 2 sides will be a triangle, and the top 2 corners and bottom 2 corners will both be squares. And they're quite large pieces of fabric, so all your work, once you've done these diamonds, that's the hard work all done, because you've got the easy bit next. So the pieces we're going to cut, I have cut already because they're quite large, and this table, I cut mine on the floor, in fact, with a cutting mat underneath it, because you need a good sizable surface, and I've lost my... I put them over here for safekeeping. That's what I always do at home. Put it somewhere for safekeeping and then I can never find it again. The trick is to go and look for something else and then they'll turn up. And you think with having to be at home so much just lately, I'd have got my house lovely and tidy, but it isn't, because I normally work from a sewing studio. I'm very lucky, but I can't go up there at the moment because of the situation, so I've brought everything back home, and the dining room is a mess. So we're eating on trays and all of that sort of stuff, and just watching our hair grow. It's oh dear. So this is one of the triangles, getting back to sewing, and the instructions give you the exact measurement. What you will do with these triangles, in fact, is cut a very large square, which I think is about 37 inches square, so it is a very large one. And then you'll cut it into 4 to create these triangles. Now, the instructions give you the exact measurement of that square that you're going to cut, but it seemed to me it's a slightly strange measurement. It's 37 1/8, I believe. 37 1/8 for the square that you're then going to cut into the triangles. And I thought to myself, well, that's a very precise measurement and I could easily go wrong. So what I did was I actually cut the square 39 inches in all directions and then cut that into 4. What that means is that my triangle will be slightly too long at the 2 top edges here. But because we need the 45-degree angle that's at the point of the triangle here, that doesn't change. Okay, so if I put that on just to show, this will stick out a little bit extra when it's sewn together, but that's easily trimmed off at the end. Better that than it being too small, and then it just will spoil the effect of the whole quilt. So cut it a little bit oversized, and trim it down, because I certainly wouldn't have wanted to risk 37 1/8 and cutting that accurately. So that's where that goes. And then in the corners, as I've explained, you have 26-inch squares. Now that's a bigger square. Again, I cut it to, I think it was about 27 inches, so that when it was sewn on, again, it would be slightly too big and I could trim it down. But I think the square goes, no, that was right, it does go on that edge. So cut that a little bit oversized as well. So I'll cut that 27 inches instead of 26, and then you can trim that down as well. Always better to be on the side of caution. Now when sewing these together, just show you. So we sew first of all the diamonds together, and I can show you that. Then we have to put the inset triangles and squares in next. So that's what we call a Y seam there. You can sort of see the letter Y. That's sometimes considered an awkward seam and a difficult one. I would say just follow the instructions and follow the tips I'm just going to give you now, and you'll be fine. So I'll sew these two strips together, and I can show you how to inset that square or triangle. It's the same for both. Okay, and I'm going to do this quite quickly, so if it isn't 100% accurate, please forgive. I will unpick it and put it right when I get back home. There we go. So I'm going to sew the diamonds together. And this will be from the outer point of the diamond, and that's the centre. So strip A is the centre. If you should want it the other way up, you could actually have the red in the middle and the green to the outside. The diamonds are, what do they call it? Reversible, whatever. Mirror image. So, there we go. You'll still need to do the fabrics in the order that they're given in the pattern though, because of the amounts of fabric that are given for you for each layer of this, each row of the strip. I've gone a bit wonky there. But hopefully this will be enough to show you the principle. I would press all of these seams as I go. I won't do it now because of time, but when you've sewn a seam like that, I would always press it to set the seam. That makes the thread itself on these stitches embed slightly into the fabric and makes a neater, crisper finish when you turn it out. Okay, so it's a bit off skew there, but hopefully you can see now the starburst beginning to form. So this is where we have to put our inset triangle or square, depending on whether you're doing the corners or the sides. So on the reverse of each of these, where we're going to join them, we need to make a little pencil mark. Have I got a pencil? I thought I had, but I can't see it. Well, not to worry, we make a little pencil mark 1/4 of an inch in. The pattern's probably the easiest way of showing it to you. You make a little dot 1/4 of an inch in on the corner of the triangle, and also 1/4 of an inch in on the points of the diamonds. Now what I should have done, and I didn't follow there, was I shouldn't have finished stitching the last 1/4 inch there or at that end. Should have left that open. And there's a good reason for that, because that's what makes the next step easier. So I'm trying to do that. Didn't even bring my unpicker with me because I thought, no, nothing will go wrong. There we go. So that's what I should have done, was leave a little bit of a gap there, the 1/4 inch. Then mark a 1/4 inch in on the seam here and a 1/4 inch point on here, and those will be what we join together. Point of the triangle to the inner point of the diamonds, and leaving that 1/4 inch open means I can join those 2 pieces together, and the 1/4 inch dot will be there. So I'm going to pin that. And pin along. And again, I'll sew that very, very quickly. You'd obviously take a lot more time than this. Avoiding my pin. And sewing the triangle basically into the V point of the star. So although this does look complicated when you first look at the quilt, you can see that you're just sewing the usual straight lines. It's the way that you cut the slant of the fabric that makes all the difference and makes the magic to create the diamonds. And this is probably the trickiest bit of all, really. So can you see now that I've started to get the diamond, the triangle inset into the diamond? So that was the first seam. To do the other one, we again flip it over. That corner joins up with the fabric, the triangle and the diamond, joined together there, 1/4 inch. And I'll sew that together. Again, this is very hurried, but hopefully it gives you all an idea how to go for it. Take the pin out again. And what you can do if you want to, I haven't done it here, but I don't know whether you can see, there are these little dog ears. So when you're sewing the seams together, they can sometimes get in the way. You can trim those off. They're not needed. And that can help you create a neater finish. Okay, so we now have the triangle inset into the diamond. And can you see that the triangle overhangs? It's a bit too big. That's what I was saying about cutting the original square oversize. And then when you cut it down, you'll just have a little bit extra. So just take it to your cutting table when you finish the quilt and squaring it up and just trim those extra bits off. So that's how to do the inset triangle. The inset square is exactly the same way. Do your little 1/4 inch mark. And you can see I haven't pressed this yet, but I mean, it's a fairly neat little join. Okay, and you can obviously press that a lot neater. So that's the basic construction of the quilt. All that's left to do when you have finished is to layer it up with your backing and wadding, backing face down, wadding, and then this on top. I like to use something like a 505 spray to help to secure, and then pin or tack so that the quilt doesn't move about. Quilt whatever design you like. I think some sort of radiating star might be nice on this one. And when that's finished, all that's left to do is trim the edges and put on your binding. In this case, it's this lovely stripe which goes on the edge and creates a piano key effect without having to piece it. So that's your Starburst quilt in Tula Pink fabrics. I hope you've enjoyed that, and I hope to see you again soon.
And as if by magic, teleportation, she's gone. Sally, that was divine. I now know exactly how to make it, and I'm so excited. A little bit of hilarity because I put this in the boot of my car. So we had to run out to go and get it back again. This, as you can tell, such an amazing, amazing kit. Just to let you know, our usual delivery times are very, very quick. These are taking just that little bit longer. Might be a couple of days longer if you order in, but they've been selling so well during the break. Just be aware, maybe a couple of days longer, just because we want to make sure that the kits are perfect and you've got all the bits of fabric. So don't worry, it is coming. It just might be a few days longer. But of course, you've got your free P&P all day, and look at these gorgeous fabrics. Where are my bananas? They're my bananas. It's my favourite one, the bananas. Absolutely love it. And I love the fact that it is my birthday present. It's absolutely just, made my day. Oh, I love it. And of course, you know how I love my selvages. Look at the selvages on these. Look at those. And then the colour codes are all bananas. Just brilliant. So you can tell how these kits are just gorgeous. A really, really much simpler to make than you thought they would be. And such a great pattern. And don't forget, we've got our fabulous YouTube channel. So anything that we've demoed, you'll be able to come back and watch at any point. And you'll be able to see those whenever you need to. So if you get halfway through the quilt and you're like, oh, how does that work? Go back and you can watch Sally then on our 9 o'clock show today on the 29th of May. Next we got Block of the Week, or did you say Make of the Week? Because we've got both. Block of the Week next. Really, really excited. Sorry, I thought we said Make of the Week. We got that today as well. We've just got so much on the show today. It's really good. Just a quick reminder here of what this quilt looks like. If you haven't seen that earlier on in the day. It's huge, 86 inches wide, and it's absolutely gorgeous. So many of you have already checked out on that as well, so thank you so much for that. We're going to go now redo the set for Block of the Week. We'll see you in a few seconds. Hi, I'm John Cole Morgan, and I'm here to give you my top tips on how I go about enjoying my sewing experience. My first top tip, as everybody knows, rotary cutter safety. If you're not using it and it's not on the mat, that blade must be locked. Please be safe. My second top tip is always buy more fabric than you need. If you don't have it, it's always going to sell out. You're going to struggle to find it, and when you do, it's going to cost you a lot more than when you were going to buy it originally. So buy it all. You always regret the bit you didn't buy. My next tip is positive or negative, always listen to the advice and opinions of other people. Even if you ignore them, everybody has a different perspective, everybody has a different take on things, and it might help you along the way. The next top tip I have is always buy the most expensive and the most useful and the most practical for your brain product that works for you. Some people prefer different things. Buy what works for you. And my last tip is, this is fun, this is enjoyable, and make sure you are enjoying it. Because there's nothing worse than carrying on with something and hating it and not enjoying it. You need to make sure that you're having fun. Those are my top tips and how it is that I enjoy my sewing experience. I hope they help you, because they have helped me. For more handy tips and demonstrations, make sure you watch us on our Freeview channel 74, Sky channel of 670. Otherwise, follow us on YouTube on Sewing Street, where you can catch up on past demonstrations and shows. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Hello there, I'm Debbie Shaw and I would love you to join me on the first Monday of every single month for Sewing Street Surgery. Now this is a dedicated hour where I answer your questions, and that could be questions about techniques, it could be questions about tools, it could be questions about new products, or maybe something that you've seen that you just don't understand. There's a lot of questions about tensions on sewing machines, and there's a lot of questions about working with different weights of fabrics. So if you have a question that you'd like to ask me, the easiest way to bring a question over to us is to go to our Facebook page and post your question on there. I will collate all of those questions throughout the week. If we need any new products for you, or if we need any new demonstrations, those will all be worked on leading up to that first Monday of the month. So do join me, Debbie Shaw, on Sewing Street Surgery on the first Monday. Hello there, I'm Debbie, and this is my brand new Sewing Room Secrets quilting book, which is available exclusively signed on Sewing Street right now. So if you haven't seen any of the shows or caught up on YouTube, let me give you a quick flick through, because in here I'm going to teach beginner sewers or beginner quilters all about quilting, different types of quilting, different techniques for quilting and for binding your quilts as well. But not necessarily quilts that go on a bed. There's a quilted Christmas stocking tutorial, there's a quilted placemat tutorial, a quilted storage hanger tutorial. So very simple achievable products for the beginner quilter to learn how to sew. So you can't buy this anywhere else at the moment. You certainly can't buy it anywhere else even on pre-order with a signed copy, but you can get hold of them right now on Sewing Street while we have the stock. You can order on the website, you can order on the phone lines. I do hope you enjoy it.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping.
Hi John, I just wanted to say a very happy birthday to you. I hope you have a really wonderful day and I hope we can catch up soon. Have a lovely time.
Happy birthday, John. Have a great day. Hope to see you soon.
Happy birthday, John. Hope you have a great day.
Happy birthday, John. I hope you have a fabulous day. Wishing you lots of love on your birthday.
Hi John, just wanted to say happy birthday. I hope you have an amazing day. It's a special day just for you because today's the day the world gave us you. Enjoy your birthday show. Lots of love.
Oh, you all know how to make someone feel really special. Thank you so much for that. And now, block of the week. It's my favourite bit of the week, other than the fact that I got spoilt rotten by my lovely husband, and he doesn't know it yet. So, we are doing our block 8. Can you believe we're on block 8 already? So this is the block we're going to make today in the blue, and unfortunately it's on the bottom of the quilt, and I'm not going to attempt to show it on there just because I'm going to pull it down and the whole set will go down. And we're having a really good show today. Nothing's gone wrong, touch wood. So I shouldn't have said that, should I? The whole thing's going to catch fire or something. So there we go. You can see... There it is. In the brights, I knew it was here somewhere. That's going to be where our block is going, on the other end of the quilt there. And that's our very first free P&P of block of the week. Can you believe it? And then we've got our vintage colourway as well. We've got the 3 different colourways there. So that's vintage. So remember, each time you order one of these, if you're going to do the vintage one, you're going to get your panel of fabric. You're going to get your instructions. You've got the lovely tutorial I'm about to do with you. And then when you finish making it, it looked like that. Probably better because you'd have made it rather than me. But that is what you're going to be making there in the vintage colourway. So if you haven't joined us before, let me start at the very beginning. Because we're all in lockdown and we can't go anywhere and do anything, we wanted to be able to create a social experience for you all to take part in, be able to be involved in, and to be able to then share on social media and ask questions and do it with people and make new friends. So we thought we'd do a block of the week rather than a block of the month, because that means that every week your delivery will be arriving and you'll be able to then take part, share your progress on the fans page or on our Sewing Street TV page, and then I'll be able to show you where things may be able to be improved a little bit, or if you've got any questions or something has gone wrong in the week, you can ask and I'm able to then be able to help you with that online as well. We've had loads of different questions come through from people, and each week when we get the questions in, the following week I try and answer those questions as we go. And this week, touch wood, it seems to have gone reasonably well. So we haven't had very many questions on it as well, which is great. So if you're just joining in today, if you look on our YouTube page, if you search www.youtube.com and then you search for Sewing Street, you'll be able to find our channel. And on our channel, you'll see there's a little tab called Videos. So if you click on Videos and then search by date order, you'll see that each week that we do a video for the block of the week on how to make it, you'll see that there's a separate hour pulled out individually for the block of the week. So last week was block 7, this week's block 8, and then the previous 7 weeks, 8 weeks before then, you'll go right back to number 1. But it's free P&P today, so I know there have been people saying, oh, I'm going to order it a bit later on when I save on the postage and packaging. It's free today, so you can go back right to the beginning and you'll see we've actually got a bundle of all 8. For those people who've been savvy shoppers wanting to make sure they only spent the 1 P&P, you'll be able to now go and buy all of that bundle from number 1 to number 8 with no postage and packaging at all. All you need to do is go through and type in my name, John, in the postage and before you check out, there'll be a promotional code option. Just pop my name in there and you'll get your free postage and packaging. There are 12 blocks in the series. We're still debating whether we're doing 13 weeks for sashing and boarding, sashing and borders, or whether we're going to do a 13th week for the sashes and borders. We'll let you know on that closer to the time. But at the moment, it looks like you're going to have 12 blocks and our 13th week will be that. But we might condense it all together. We're not too sure yet. We're just debating on how we get that last little bit to you, because obviously, as you can see in this, you've got all your sashings here, you've got your borders as well. We just want to see what works best for everybody in doing it that way. So now I've done lots of talking. Let me show you the other 2 colorways. We've got the Brights colorway, which I'm demoing today, and with the Brights colorway you're going to get the bundle there as well as the instructions. And if you haven't seen one of our panels before, let me open this up so you can see what you're going to be getting. All of them are 55 inches wide. And each week there will be a bigger section of one block, a smaller section of one colour, simply because some weeks you use more of one colour than you do the other. And we're trying to make sure that you've got enough left over that if you do make a mistake, you can then not have to worry, you've got bits left over. But what I'm loving, because I follow all this way along, we've got some very savvy sewers out there. The lovely Jan Hill had messaged in this morning to wish me well for my birthday, thank you. I think Jan had already made block 4, I think it was, out of the scraps she had left over out of 1, 2 and 3. Very clever. Because then with the bits that you've got left over, you can make cushions, you can make various other bits and bobs as well. So it's you get loads of fabric left over. In fact, now I know this has got 2 panels in there that I haven't cut. That's my leftovers. So you can see there's loads in there as well. But the good thing is because I've demoed in different colours, this is going to be a really, really scrappy quilt because I've got them all in different blocks. So that's really great as well. And then we've got the blue colourway, which is the one behind me here. And then this is the panel you're going to get for that. And the instructions. Wow. So, and every week we have got a competition to see which colour sells more than the other. And every week, without fail, this is the most preferred colourway, and it is a really beautiful, beautiful colourway there. You can see that gorgeous green, the pink and the dark grey with that lovely cream. This is already sold hundreds already this morning, so I am so pleased because it's such a beautiful colourway. And usually the blue's next, isn't it? But it's the blue and the bright seem to fight with each other to see who wins each week. But look at that, isn't that just gorgeous? That's that beautiful blue behind me as well. And what I've tried to do each week, even though we've got the 3 different colorways, I want you to be building up your techniques and building up your skills. And you'll find in this week, I've taken your training wheels off. You're not going to be making bigger triangles this week. You're going to be cutting those to the measurements, and you're going to be getting it exactly right this week. I know you are. Now, what I'm going to do now is just keep this open as I lay this out. Now, I cheated a little bit this week and I made half the block already, just because I wanted to triple check I had everything completely correct. So that is, wait, where am I going? There we go. Now, the first thing, now each week I do different things, so things that have been asked. So you'll find the last 2 weeks I've not cut the fabric out, because the 3 weeks before then I cut the fabric out from beginning to end. So I'm hoping you've been able to catch up with that and how you do it. If you haven't, don't forget, you can go back and watch any one of our tutorials that I've done so far. You can go back and watch those. See, this is why you lay them out, because I put that the wrong way round. What am I doing? Where am I? See, this is the thing. You have too much excitement and you get distracted. There we go. Right, I've got it now. Sorry, I knew I'd done something silly. Dum dum dum. Oh, there we go. That's what it is I'm not putting my squares in the middle. That's where I'm going confused. That goes there. Sorry, bear with, bear with. I say that a lot, apparently. And there we go. So what I'm doing each week is I lay my block out as I'm going to be sewing it, just to make sure that I'm doing everything the correct way. Now, the instructions I think are really simple. We haven't had any problems with the instructions so far. People have messaged me privately to ask certain things. In the previous weeks, you are trimming everything down, you're cutting everything bigger, then trimming it down. This week, we're not cutting bigger, we're cutting to the correct size, but we're still trimming down to make sure that we get rid of those dog ears and we make sure that we trim everything perfectly. So the first thing you're going to do that most people have struggled with, not struggled with, but I'm going to remind you every week, is we've called these fabrics 1, 2, 3 and 4, because in my colorway there are my 4 fabrics. I've got the pink, I've got the grey, I've got the black, and I've got the white. So in my colorway, white is fabric 1, pink is fabric 2, grey is fabric 3, and fabric 4 is black. Now, the reason I say that is because when I say to you cut a black triangle, fabric 4, in this colorway it is dark blue, whereas in the vintage colorway, I'm just double checking because I always get this wrong, in the vintage colorway it's dark grey, but in the blue colorway it's navy. So each week you're going to have to cut fabric 1, 2, 3 and 4, and you're referring to, you will see each one of your fabrics is labelled there. You can see there's fabric 1, there's fabric 2, the pink is fabric 3, I know that because I've done it myself. So you'll see you've got then fabrics 3 and fabric 4 on there. So every week when you get your block, I will show you the half block of it, you can see you've got the 4 colours. That's fabric 1, the yellow on this one is fabric 2, the pink on this one is fabric 3, and the dark blue on this one is fabric 4. That's on the Brights colourway. But each week fabric 1, 2, 3 and 4 will be the same. It's just a case of making sure, what I do is I cut these fabrics 1, 2, 3 and 4 out, and then when I come to cut them all, I attach fabric 1, 2, 3 and 4 to the edge so that I know my fabric 1 is that colorway, fabric 2 that colorway, 3 that way and 4 that way. Reason being is we all do these projects, we all get very excited and we do them, and then they sit in a box for a couple of weeks and we're like, oh, what was fabric 1? And then you've got to look it up. If you've done the work now and attach them to the side, they're always there. So when you pull the pattern out, it's available for you. You know which one's fabric 1, 2, 3 and 4, and you can do that really, really easily. So I'm going to go out of order from the pattern simply because the techniques are the same. So if I'm doing, this may be step 1, that may be step 2, but if I do them the other way round, forgive me, it's just for time to make sure that I get it right. But the pattern is a really simple way of being able to show you how you do that. So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to sew your half square your triangles together. We did briefly discuss a 1/4 inch seam previously. I will recap that now. And what I'll do is I'll show you on this one. when I have sewn, and of course I should have used contrasting thread, but I haven't, you can see that my thread there is stitching what I'm thinking is my 1/4 inch line. So what I do is I take my ruler and I check whether that is exactly on 1/4 inch. So on here you will see that I've got, this is the white line that I'm using here. Of course I'm using a white line to show you white thread on a white backing, so you're going to have to bear with me on this one. So I'm going to get so you can see there's the white line there. If I move my finger you can see that white line there is the 1/4 inch. So if I line my thread line there up to the 1/4 inch, you can see that that meets exactly on the edge. Okay? But if I move this down a little bit, you will see it's slightly in over here. This is correct. This is what you want. The reason being is when you've got what we're calling a scant 1/4 inch. So if that's now my fabric lined up to the edge of the ruler. You can see that my thread line is on this side of the white line for the 1/4 inch. The reason you want that is when you press this triangle open, if you've used a scant 1/4 inch, what's happening is when you come to measure the square, it's perfect. If you use a perfect 1/4 inch seam on here, so like over here when I measured that, that was exactly a 1/4 inch. This side of my triangle is slightly too small, whereas the middle is exactly right, because when I fold this over, you're folding fabric, so you've got 1 or 2 threads over there that are causing your fabric not to have that perfect sizing. So that's the one thing you just need to be aware of. You want to do this at a scant 1/4 inch seam. And the reason you want scant is that when you fold it over, the triangle, the square, half square triangle, then measures the measurements that we want it to be. And I'm not telling you what that is because you've got to buy the pattern. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to press this, and I'm going to do it quickly because I love it. It's my favourite feature of this. Wait for it. You've seen it been so many times. We've got the lovely Lotus, which opens like a flower. Oh, it's gorgeous. I love it. This is coming in at, what time is this? 11. It's the next hour. And the next hour. So if anybody wants to do a little bit of forward planning, go and look on our website, type in Lotus, and you'll be able to see what we're doing. But you're not going to find a deal like that again, that's for sure. And if you do, we're going to have some very interesting words for you to know that it's all sorted. I've just got to make sure that I get that worded completely correctly. So there we go. Now what I'm doing now, as you can see, I'm doing my scant 1/4 inch. I have jumped out of order in the pattern, but all I'm doing is making sure that I get my scant 1/4 inch. Oh, sorry, I didn't think you could see me then. I was just telling Kat, I need the mat. Sorry. In our changeover, I forgot to pick the mat up. As if by magic. Oh, I love the social distancing. As if by magic, the mat appeared under the counter, pushed from across the room by a broomstick. Who knew we had a broom in here? It was brilliant. Right, sorry, I forgot to put this on earlier. And if you've got the space, always have the biggest mat you can. There we go. So what I've done now is, and this fabulous machine, watch this. It's done, sorted. From a tiny, beautiful little machine like this, at this incredible price, you even get a thread cutter. Right, where have I put my, there it is. I'm getting so distracted now. It's like a giant birthday party, and I forgot to put everything that I actually need for my demo on the stage. I'm glad we've got everything available there. Don't forget you got your free P&P today, although the birthday shenanigans continue. What I'm loving is you're all going through the website and you're actually seeing all those things that you've wanted to buy over the last little while. And now with the free postage and packaging, you're exploring the website and reminding yourself of all those incredible products that we've had online recently. There we go. Well, I won't deny when I did my little order, I topped up on all my sewing needles. And I might have bought a few other little bits and bobs. Yeah. It's sort of like the chocolate by the till, isn't it? Where you end up going and doing that and you just see it and you're like, oh, what's one more? And it's free postage and packaging. Free postage. So the other thing I had was a rotary cutter. I'm going to see if I can find my favourite one. And I can't. Oh, I can. There we go. It's my birthday. I can use what I like. So what I'm doing now is we're now going to trim these down using our rotating cutting mat that I've got over here. Now every week I've used the rotating cutting mat and told you how good it is. I picked the triangle up and folded it round. So I'm going to remember to do it the right way today. So the website will remind you, oh my goodness, that is almost perfect. Oh gosh, I love it when a plan comes together. So when you trim this, you can see if you've done it correctly, that's all you should have left over, and all you're getting rid of is just that hair of fabric all the way along. Forgive my head in your way, I need to line it up perfectly. Brilliant. So you remember I said to you that my 1/4 inch wasn't quite right? You can see just over here, I'm a hair too short over there. That doesn't matter. Every single one of you may have some little issue like that, and I'll show you how you fix that in a little while. Oh, that one's pretty good. And it's just taking the time to make sure you get that 1/4 inch just right. And if nothing else, you're just getting rid of the dog ears. See, I told you, every time I rotate it, I don't rotate the mat, I just rotate the thing. Every single time. It's ridiculous. But when I'm in my studio, I'm rotating it all the time. So there we go, that's done. You can see just how tiny that little bit off that you're getting off is. Now, rotate the mat. Rotate the mat. So this one is also equally as good. And you rotate the mat. And then you pick the... Oh, and then I moved it anyway. You know what it is because I'm on air and I want to make sure I get it perfect. I just want to make sure I'm also getting the right camera bits there. Brilliant, so you can see that is what you're looking for. That is just literally a shaving of one thread off. Now, as you've done that, you then take this back here. Where's my iron? There it is. Just checking I haven't set fire to the studio yet. So you are going to now make sure all the way along you just keep putting all these bits into the right place to make sure it is all lining up perfectly. It helps if I keep them all together. And there we go. That is what we're looking for. So there we go, we've got everything all lined up together. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to sew these two together and we're going to sew these two together. Now, when I said to you that your seam over here may have been a bit short, let me show you how you fix that. So this one is exactly right because I was lucky enough to make sure my 1/4 inch seam was right. But if this was a little bit short, what you're going to do is you're going to have your square which is perfectly sized to what it should be. You're going to split the difference, and what that means is you're going to line your square in the middle of your half square triangle. You're going to line that into the middle of your white square. So if you're 2 threads out there, you're going to move it up 1 thread there and down 1 thread there so that it's perfectly in the middle, and that way you can keep your 1/4 inch seam perfect. And when you've moved it around like that, put it back and check you're not going to sew it wrong. So now I'm going to sew these two together here. Because I've got a little lumpy bit there, I'm going to sew with my white triangle on the bottom. Okay. And you're going to do this with both your half square triangles and your squares. And because I've got my lovely thread cutter, I'm going to thread, because I don't want to then trim my threads each time, that will then pick up the next piece as I go through. And that'll be loose for you there. There we go. And then I'm going to now set my seams. And you do definitely get yourself into a nice little rhythm. You get yourself a nice little chain piecing thing. I've set my seams there, and I'm now rotate, because normally I've been doing my seams pressed open. This week I'm going to try them pressing to the dark side. Try on each different one each week that you go on and give it a go and see what you like. Now I think that seam is a little bit small. That's all right, absolutely fine. And there we go. Get that all pressed. Now I had 2 of these. There we go. That's the great thing with this little June tailor, is that you can just pick it up and put it down, and if you've covered everything, it doesn't matter, you just pick it up and get it done. So there we go. We've now got that all lined up perfectly. Now you've got to pay attention, because there aren't that many seams in here that you've got to line up, but this one's an important one. So again, I line these up, just checking it's the right way. Check it back to the picture. So you've got your picture here. Make sure you've got everything lined up perfectly. Now, can anybody spot my error? Something is wrong, and the reason it's wrong is that's the wrong way round. No, it's not. Oh gosh, I did this again. What have I done? I've ruined the demo before I start. You know what I've done? I've sewn this on the wrong side. I did this just now. Sorry, you see, I do this now. I'm not paying attention. So there we go. That is the yellow bit pointing to the middle. And I've sewn this the wrong way around. We're going to now go to some messages maybe while I do this. Oh my goodness. Actually, while we're doing this, let's do Make of the Week. Make of the Week is a good idea, that you're not going to have made a rookie error like I did and sew these all together the wrong way. But you know, you're all going to do it. I knew something was wrong. I'm really sorry about that. So every week, Vicky, myself and Debbie go and we pick our we each pick one favourite make of the week. Now, I'm not going to deny, I had 3 favourites this week, and I changed my mind twice and was told the only reason I was allowed to change my mind was because it was my birthday. And that is because all of you are so talented and you make the most incredible makes each week. You're making it harder and harder for us. So each week, Debbie and I and Vicky choose who our favourites are. And this week, the people who are Make of the Week get free postage and packaging on another day. So today our winners are Cherie Banner, Ross Stokes and Carol Roberts. And for the first time, I think I've actually pronounced everybody's name correctly. Let's show you what their makes were this week. This is on our Sewing Street fans page. Cherie Banner made this incredible doll. Isn't that just adorable? And then we've got Ross Stokes, who made this absolutely adorable little dress, absolutely gorgeous, well done. And then our last winner of the week is Carol Roberts with that incredible quilt. Absolutely love that. Well done, Carol. We've got some fabulous winners there today, and don't forget, on your next order, just message us in on the Sewing Street TV page. Send us a message and say that you were winner of Make of the Week, and you're going to get a code for free postage and packaging on another day. Obviously, you won't be using it today because the code for your free postage and packaging is John. And those are our lovely winners. I've now unpicked that completely, and I'm going to show you what I'd done. There we go. So as if by magic, we're going to pretend that didn't happen. Live on the telly, what could possibly go wrong? And we joked it was a really good organised show today. And of course, I messed it up there before we go. So there we go. You're going to sew these pieces together there. And instead of sewing that side to there, don't. You're sewing that side to there. So that is important. So there we go. Check it back to the pattern, and that's why I lay it out every time. And normally I find it does help having somebody else check your work and say, nope, that's wrong, because that would have helped. So now we've sewn these two together, and we've sewn that. We're now going to make that one piece like we have here. So the bit that's really important to meet is that middle bit over there. And I won't deny, I'm quite proud of that point. That is absolutely perfect there. So I'm now going to try and do that again. I probably won't, but we'll do it. We'll give it a go. And the reason I've done these to one side is when you do press your seams to one side, you've got this ability. So if I can move that there, you can see I've got a little gap in there now. I'm just moving around, so poor Joe's having to follow me around the stage. So you see there, I've now got a little gap as I fold that back. You can see I've got a little gap, but if I shift that over, you can see those blue lines are now perfectly lined up. And then if I push there, when you're actually feeling the fabric, you can feel that there's no space between it. So I've got the wonderful technical term there called smushing it together, which definitely doesn't work, but it does work when you get it right. But I love the term smushing together, so because that just shows you what you've got to do. And I love the fact this Lotus has got its needle down as an automatic feature. Oh, the Lotus is in the next hour. It is without question the deal of the day. Have a little sneaky peek on the web. I'm sure some of you may have seen this before, but I was astonished at the price we're able to offer this today. So now, you're aiming to get that spot on, and that is as close as I'm going to get on live telly. So now you're going to press that open again, or you're going to press that now again. My little prim iron. There we go. Press that there. Oh gosh, that is perfect. Oh, that's impressive. I'm astonished with myself. Well, I think I've messed the block up already by sewing the wrong end to the other side. It can only go better from here. That, or I'm going to cut the thing in half when I finish making it. Don't joke, I've done that before. You spend all this time making a block, put it down, cut out another piece of fabric, and you cut the block in half. Right, so now is, if you've not been paying attention before, now you have to pay attention, because this is a tricky bit. When you are sewing these triangles, and I'm going to move this out the way, not to distract us. When you are sewing these triangles onto the square, it is very, very, very important that you line these up correctly. So I'm going to sew this triangle here onto here, and I'm sewing it onto the short white edge here. So when I line these up, and the good thing is I've trimmed these down now to the size per the pattern, and I'm making sure that this bit is lined up and this bit is lined up. Sorry, my little sample bent in my bag. So you'll have a 1/4 inch over there, and you'll have a 1/4 inch over here. It's really, really important that this one lines up and that one lines up. Don't do any more, don't do any less. You line those up, you pick that up, and you're going to sew a 1/4 inch seam along here. Okay, we're not thinking about anything else, we're just now doing that bit, 1/4 inch, and off we go. And my fabric slipped a little bit at the bottom there, doesn't matter, line back up again. And we cut that off. And now you're going to make sure that you press this, and you've got to be very, very careful not to stretch this. You're just going to do that proper pressing thing. You hold that down, you pick this up, and you gently fold it over. Okay, so that is the first triangle on. Now what's important about that is if I'd lined that up to the other edge, I wouldn't have had a 1/4 inch over here for when I sew it on. And that'll mean that when you put this on, you're going to end up with a blunt end of your triangle, which we don't want. Okay, so that is our first little triangle piece going on over here. Now we've got the second triangle piece going on here, so exactly the same as the first time. You're going to fold that on top there. You're going to line that line up there and that line up there, and you're going to have a 1/4 inch over there and a 1/4 inch over there. It's really, really important that you make sure that you line that one up and you line that one up, and then you go along this edge and sew that 1/4 inch. And if you've done that right, which I haven't, oh my goodness, I cannot believe I just did that. I couldn't believe that is meant to go on there. Oh my goodness, I am doing really well today. I think you should show anything on the page you'd like to that's not going to be a mess up. I cannot believe I only had 7 seams to sew and I've messed them all up. I am so, so sorry. So remember now, you're going to be a lot better at this than I am, because you're going to be able to giggle at my videos where I've made errors along the way. We've got 8 blocks already, and these are now all available by the bundle. We've got them from 1 to 8 in the 3 different colorways, which saves you going and buying multiple pieces. So if you're going to go and pick blocks 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you'll be able to then see them all online in one bundle. Very, very easy to do. And then block 8, if you've already bought these already and you're just looking at block 8, obviously we've got those individually as well. If you've done a couple and you've missed 1 or 2 along the way, all of the blocks in all the different colorways are available individually on the website. And if you haven't seen that before, you'll be able to go and look at that on our website. So, and the website is www.sewingstreet.com. Don't be scared it goes to Jewellery Maker, because they're our sister channel and they're very kindly lending us their website at the moment while we're having ours built, and that's not going to take much longer there. And also check out the Lotus, and you go there. Most of you already have, actually. I'm hearing that it's going really well. So now, as I repeated earlier, you're going to line that one up, and you're going to sew on that line, not that line like I did. This is going really well today. So there we go. Now I'm going to make sure. But the good thing is if I make the error on here, you won't make it at home. So there we go. It's a service I'm providing for you. There we go. And what you're looking for here is to make yourself a giant triangle. Whew, I didn't do it wrong again. So there we go. Oh my goodness. So there we go. You're going to give this a nice press now. Try not to iron it because it will distort, because you've got everything on the bias now. So I don't know what ironing is. I have to say, last week we had much hilarity because I was doing my pressing with the prim and I was explaining that I only press, I don't iron. And I got home and my husband had put the ironing board up with my prim iron and said, there you go, darling, you can go and press all your shirts for me. He's very funny, my husband, bless him. So that is what you're meant to have ended up with, and what you're looking for is that you're making sure you've got a 1/4 inch around that whole white triangle, so that when you sew them together correctly, you are not going to end up losing the points on the edge of your triangle. Because when you're looking at this and you think that it is wrong, you are quite right, and I promise you, and I'll show you why. So when I sew that on together there, you can see my point is perfect. And that's what we're looking to make sure that we do when we now put these two together. And this is where a little bit of adjustment comes into play. So you can see I'm now lining my yellow triangle over that. Now remember, you're not going to only have, some of you may be doing a different colorway, so you won't have a yellow triangle. Once I've laid that out, I am going to now make sure I get rid of those little dog ears. You can do that with a pair of scissors. You can do that with a rotary cutter. Just do it safely. I'm just trimming those off. And there we go. Just make sure lining up of it a little bit easier. And there we go. Now once you've done that, you're going to sew along the long edge. John, the long edge. My goodness, I should come with a warning label on my birthday. There we go. So you're going to sew this. Now again, you're going to make sure there are 2 things you need to do. You do your scant 1/4 inch, and where you've got this cross of threads over here, you're making sure that you stitch on that side to be able to make sure that that point kisses gently onto your little yellow triangle. So as your point comes towards your needle, slow right down, there's no rush, and you're just gently going to kiss that on. Oh, I think I did that perfectly. Fingers crossed my lovely little Lotus there gave us a nice little kiss there, please. Of all the things I've done wrong, please let me get this right. Oh, look at that. That's exactly what you're looking for. You can see that that just gently, perfectly hits it there. And that's why you've got to make sure you've got that 1/4 inch all the way along. And what I was talking about when I stitched closer, over here you'll see that when we were sewing the triangles to the white piece, you've got these stitch lines over here. what I was wanting is that that stitch line there is just a hair's breadth on that side of where these two threads join, intersect. It's really important that you do that because you've spent all this time making such a beautiful triangle. That is the one point you really, really want to make sure that you nail and you get perfectly right. Even if you've stitched it the wrong way before, that's what you're looking for. And I'm now pressing these to the side. You can press these, in fact I'm going to press this open. And I have got an ironing finger here somewhere, but there we go. I've messed everything up so far. I'm just going to leave the ironing finger exactly where it is, probably melt it quietly onto the set. And there we go. Even though you can't melt that ironing thing, I'd probably do it anyway. So now, oh gosh, I had a heart attack and I thought I put that the wrong way around. So there we go. That is now how your block is going to look in the 4 pieces. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to sew those two together, and then I'm going to sew those two together. Now when we're doing that again, when we're stitching this, remember you've got this line over here, and you'll see you've got that point where that blue triangle meets in. You're going to try and make sure that your stitch line hits that blue triangle just at that point over here. And equally when I do this side, you'll see this may be a little clearer. You'll be able to see there the intersection of the seams which you've already stitched. You're wanting when you stitch to make sure that you get it on that side of the point there. So that's the point. I'm wanting to make sure I get it on that side. If you do get it on this side, that means that you're going to end up losing that point. If you do that, do not unpick the whole block. Unpick from there to about there. It's only about an inch and a half on each side, and then just pull that to the correct place and then just stitch that bit again. You don't need to unpick the whole block. It's just a lot easier that way of doing it, and also you're not going to mess with the bias of the block by doing that. So now I'm getting this all lined up. I'm crossing my fingers, clicking my heels 3 times. Please, please, please don't let go. There we go. Oh, this machine is... Of course it is. The machine is unthreaded, but it's got a wonderful threading machine. This is such a lovely little machine. And of course I unthreaded it again. Of course I did. I'm all thumbs today. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Thank you, my little Lotus. This is launching in the next hour, so don't miss out on that. And there we go. And I'm doing the same on the second piece, making sure I line these up perfectly. Now on this one you can see my triangle piece at the bottom is a hair bigger on either side than my square triangle. So you can see I'm literally a hair. So when I said to you earlier I was splitting the difference, I'm literally putting one hair there, and I'm stitching down the middle of that. So that's what I meant about doing it, because then you've still got the symmetry of the block, and you're not going to end up with funny seams on it. It'll fit nicely there together. Just don't sew down on the wrong side like I did. And there we go. I'm just going to open these and check I did them the right way. Oh, thank goodness. I was quite worried there for a second. Now again, all you're doing here is you're now setting your seams as you go. And then I'm folding this back, and I'm going to fold to the dark side. And again, you can see you've got your 1/4 inch seam over there. I've just hit my point there, so that is perfect. Very, very happy with that. And then I just give my block that one extra little bit of pressing, making sure everything's nice and flat, because most of the bias edges are now completely sewn up. And I'm just making sure that's a nice, fresh, flat piece that I'm going to sew together now. And then again on this side, I'm setting my seams, folding back. And again, I just kissed that perfectly there. Absolutely brilliant. Happy with that. Oops. Just make sure I press that nice and comfortably. There we go. And then I lay the block down exactly as it's supposed to be. Like that. And like that. And now we're going to sew these together. Now the three important bits that you're looking for is you've got a triangle that you need to meet there. You've got a center point there that you need to meet, and you've got a triangle point that you need to meet there. So like I've mentioned before, you've got these cross sections here where your stitch lines have gone. You're wanting to make sure that you put your stitch line, so you can see there's a cross stitch there and a cross stitch there. You're wanting your stitch line to go on that side of the cross over there. Exactly the same with that. And because I press my seams to one side, that center seam, like we did previously with the 4-patch, will nestle beautifully together there. That just lines in perfectly there. You can see that. You've got that all pressed up perfectly there. So my cheat way of doing this is you push this in over here, and the great thing is because the lighter fabric, my fabric number 1, is here, I can actually see my dark blue line underneath it. So as I get closer, and the great thing with this is it's got a wonderful threading system that works so lovely there. Bum, bum, bum. Well, it's because she's our star of the next show. She's wanting to show us how easy she is to thread. And there we go. And I'm hoping I hit that point. Now, what you do want to make sure is that even if you have missed the point, make sure you hit this middle point, because that is definitely the point that most people look at. If the center of your block doesn't line up, that's where people, they get a little critical at times. I'm a firm believer, though, that if anybody does, you don't have them back in your home. Don't need that. Oh, wait. Yes, fingers crossed. I think that's lined up perfectly. And there we go. Oh, there we go. And you've got to do the little dance. Every time that happens, you've got to do the little dance. That's what you're looking for right there. In the Brights colorway there, you can see that that is literally perfect. That is exactly what you're looking for, where you're just touching the edges there. And that's what your block is this week. No doubt when you make it, you won't have a myriad of errors like I have today. Just take your time. Lay it out correctly, even better. That would be even better for you. Lay it out correctly, and then the very last one you're doing is you just press the seam, exactly like we have in the last few. Press your seam, roll that back, and there you go. You've got that wonderful seam. And there we go. So there we go. That is your block now completely finished, ready to go. And that's block 8. If you are just joining us for our block of the week for the first time today, it is such a great community feel on our social media. So please check that out. If you look on our Facebook Sewing Street fans page and just type in ' block of week, close apostrophe, you'll be able to see it. Otherwise, if you just type in block, all the blocks will come up of all the different posts from various people. That works really, really well, so you'll be able to see how everybody has been enjoying it and taking part. We got free P&P today. We're using the code JOHN. When you go to checkout, there's a code promotional entry box there. So if you haven't joined in with us already and waiting to get free P&P, now you can. We've got bundles of blocks 1 to 8. If you haven't joined us already, you've got that as one big bundle ready to go for you. We've got 3 different colorways. This colorway here is our blue colorway, which we've got there. And I'm going to destroy the set and take the vintage down and show you the vintage colorway there. And then the colorway I've been using today is the vintage one. Please don't fall down. Please don't fall down. There we go. And this is our Brights colorway as well. All really vibrant, very exciting colorways. I think they work very, very well together. And they're just a lovely, lovely quilt to have. And that is our block of the week. All the blocks on their own are available. We've got them as bundles. Go through and check out our website. If you just type in my surname, Cole-Morgan, all of the patterns will come up for the block of the week, and you will easily be able to then take part with us then. Really lovely little pattern there. But we're not just going to leave you with block of the week in this hour. We have got some amazing, amazing alphabet panels here, which I absolutely adore. I have seen, we've got a cushion outside where people have made with ABC. Which one was it? Oh, the squares first. So we have got a fabulous little sample out there. And this is what you're getting. Look at this. Isn't that just so fun? And I know our producer Hannah has 2 of these already. And as if by magic, whoop. So social distancing, we threw that and it hit the roof and came down. So this is a really great little A, B, C, D, E, F block of being able to do it. Oh, no it's not. A, B, C, E, F, G. Oh, okay, they've left out the D. So maybe somebody needed the D for something else. And there we go. You've got all these wonderful letters that you can make in various different processes there. Look at that. And the great thing is, I don't want to say it, but we had a very famous lady designer in who's quite famous for her spots. Look at the spots. Look at those. Totally, totally different, but it's got a really, really lovely feel to it. And this kit that we've got, this panel that we've got here, it is 140 centimetres by 120 centimetres. Is that right? I don't think that's right. Are we on the right graphic? Because this is 29 inches? I think the dimensions are wrong, but you've obviously got every letter of the alphabet there. You've got a star and you've got an ampersand for and. Not sure what the measurement is on that, but it is a really, really lovely panel, that. I think the measurements are wrong there, but the price is right, and the alphabet, it's called the alphabet wall hang. It's exactly right, but I think the size on that one may be not quite as right. Sorry about that. Little bit of thing. But you've got this fabulous panel there, and I'm not sure what the size is. Well, I can tell you what size each letter is. That I can do. So each one of these is 6 1/4 inches. So each one of these is 6 1/4 inches. So there we go. You've got those wonderful alphabets there. That is the Alphabet Brights wall hanging there. And then we've got, oh my goodness, look at these. So this is the grayscale alphabet panel. Oh my goodness, that's adorable. Sorry, I haven't seen it, so I'm looking at it before you are. I apologise. Look at that. That is really cute. If you're doing any form of bunting, can you imagine just popping out on all the bunting on there? That would be wonderful. It's just such a lovely colourway as well. And the great thing is you've got all the different backgrounds for the grey, so it's not just plain grey backgrounds. Really, really, really excited. Look at that! I love the fact that over here I've got ooh, which I think is really, really cute. So that is available. That is 140 centimetres by 43 centimetres. That is correct. And that is $5.99. Really great price for that one. And don't forget, you've got our one-day, all-day P&P for free when you enter my name into the promotional box for the code. You got free postage and packaging today. And then we've got this wonderful coloured one as well. Oh my goodness, that's adorable. Look at that. Tell me that isn't just brightness bringing up your day into joy. That is lovely. Bright's Alphabet Applique fabric panel there, 140 centimetres by 43 for $5.99. Maybe you want to try something out for the first time. Bunting's a really good way of doing it. And you can write a little message. You get all those wonderful letters there to be able to cut out. Get yourself some Bondo web, stick them on, satin stitch around the whole thing, making a bag even for somebody. That could be quite nice as well. I'm dying to get a shopping bag with the words "Feed Me Seymour" on it. I think that could be quite... Oh my goodness. Ooh. Oh, I like that. Oh, I like that a lot. That is really cute. That is lovely. So that's the traditional alphabet applique fabric panel there, 140 centimetres by 43, and again, $5.99. We've got our free postage and packaging all day as well. Got our free postage and packaging by entering my name into your promotional code box there, because it's our birthday special. Well, it's my birthday special. Free postage and packaging all day. We had so many lovely messages as well. We're really sorry we're not going to get through to all of them, but we've had some really lovely ones already today. Thank you for that. And we've got a 5-hour show. It's our first live 5-hour show. I'm so excited, and we've got some wonderful demonstrations coming on. But one of my favourite things that we've got on the show today, because I just love doing this. I love doing this. Just look at that. It's the Lotus, and what I love is if something falls off there, because it always does, you know exactly where it is. It's not going trapped onto your machine or anything or hiding away. This Lotus is such a great, great, great product. And are you watching? Can I do it now? Oh, we got it? Waiting. You ready? Oh my goodness, it's got bits that pop up as well. Look, you can just do that. And then you do that when you need to change your thread. I love it. I'm sorry, they're little gadgets like that keep me as happy as anything. I love them. Really, really great things. So this is coming up in the next hour. Lots of you have already checked it out on the website. Have a little look. And we've got our Alison glass bundle as well. Shall I bring that in? Shall I show that? Shall I show the Alison glass? Shall I bring that back? There's so many fabrics, so bear with. Oh my goodness. 24 of the new Alison glass Sunprints fabrics. Just beautiful. Oh, and another one's fallen off there. Look at these colours. I'm getting evils from Kat. I'm just not even going to look up. I'm not even going to look up. There we go. So that's our first one, which was the... Is that the needlepoint range? I can't remember what that was called. Embroidery? Stitch. This one's the embroidery. That one's definitely embroidery. Oh my goodness, look at them all. And you can see you've got these gorgeous colours. We did this at 8 o'clock today, so if you haven't seen these beautiful colours, they're coming up again over the weekend, but it's our first time having all the Alison glasses available to you there. Just look at that. And that is our mega bundle. You've got 24 half meters here, half metre of each one of these beautiful, beautiful fabrics there, and that's £167.49. At the end of our hour at, was it 9 o'clock? I think we only had 5 of these or 6 of these left. So they've been doing really, really well. If you are looking at them, don't hang around, because once they're gone, can't get them in again. So we're going to now have a little break. We've got our fabulous, wait for it, we've got our lovely Lotus again. I cannot stop doing that. It's the most fabulous thing. This is the most wonderful, wonderful machine, and we're going to be demonstrating that in the next hour. Stay with us. We'll be back soon.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping.
Hi, I'm John Cole Morgan and I'm here to give you my top tips on how I go about enjoying my sewing experience. My first top tip, as everybody knows, rotary cutter safety. If you're not using it and it's not on the mat, that blade must be locked. Please be safe. My second top tip is always buy more fabric than you need. If you don't have it, it's always going to sell out. You're going to struggle to find it, and when you do, it's going to cost you a lot more than when you were going to buy it originally. So buy it all. You always regret the bit you didn't buy. My next tip is positive or negative, always listen to the advice and opinions of other people. Even if you ignore them, everybody has a different perspective, everybody has a different take on things, and it might help you along the way. The next top tip I have is always buy the most expensive and the most useful and the most practical for your brain product that works for you. Some people prefer different things. Buy what works for you. And my last tip is, this is fun, this is enjoyable, and make sure you are enjoying it. Because there's nothing worse than carrying on with something and hating it and not enjoying it. You need to make sure that you're having fun. Those are my top tips and how it is that I enjoy my sewing experience. I hope they help you, because they have helped me. For more handy tips and demonstrations, make sure you watch us on our Freeview channel 74, Sky channel of 670. Otherwise, follow us on YouTube on Sewing Street, where you can catch up on past demonstrations and shows. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Would you like to take part in our weekly competition? If you do, then all you have to do is head to the Sewing Street fan page group on Facebook. Post your picture of your make. Myself, Debbie Shaw and John Cole Morgan love looking at all of your makes every week. We pick our favourite and announce the winner every Friday live on the show. Happy sewing and good luck.
Hi John, I just wanted to say a very happy birthday to you. I hope you have a really wonderful day and I hope we can catch up soon. Have a lovely time.
Happy birthday, John. Have a great day. Hope to see you soon.
Happy birthday, John. Hope you have a great day.
Happy birthday, John. I hope you have a fabulous day. Wishing you lots of love on your birthday.
Hi John, just wanted to say happy birthday. I hope you have an amazing day. It's a special day just for you, because today's the day the world gave us you. Enjoy your birthday show. Lots of love.
Hello and welcome back. And I'm sorry, I'm going to do it for the last time. We've got the Elna Lotus. I just can't say it enough. It is incredible. The Lotus Elna sewing machine here. And I'm sorry, I'm going to show my extra favourite one there. When you do, oh gosh, I did that the wrong way. Had my hand in the wrong place. I got so excited there. Let me push that down. Because I'm trying to do this with my fingers out of the way, where I do. I love it! I'm sorry, I get very excited, so when you need to change your thread, that's there as well. So we have got a birthday special offer today where people have already been finding it on the website, taking advantage of it. We have got the incredible Elna Lotus special machine here. This one is the television launch. We are challenging you in many ways to find this machine brand new at a UK shop at the same price, because we are going to price match it. We are giving you this today at £399. That is reduced, saving you £270. That is such a great saving, and it's such a great machine. I cannot explain to you the joy I've had using it. It is such a lovely, lovely machine, and you've got these wonderful, wonderful techniques and things that you can then pop everything up, so when you're traveling with it, it automatically folds up on itself, which is why I get so enthusiastic about pressing the little button, because it's now completely safe to travel with. It is not like some of the machines where you've got your case that you put over and you've got your cable and everything, and you forget to take those out, and then you put the lid on and you're causing problems there. You can now leave this up on the side of your table anytime that you're doing it, in case you perhaps aren't wanting to make sure the machine's out, and every time you want to use it, you get the joy of just going and it's available for you to use at any point. It's got everything plugged up. You can leave it on the side, and if you are new to sewing, the features on here that you get are beyond incredible. For this price point, what you're actually getting is exceptional, because this is a £600-700 machine, but because of the deal that we've got available for you today, it's normally £669. Because of my birthday, because of that, we're able to give you such a great saving on this. We don't have a huge amount of stock, and when it's gone, unfortunately, we're not able to get it back in again. It's completely gone. This is it. We're not able to do it again. And we're also making sure that we can give you the price promise guarantee that you cannot find this at any other UK based shop for a brand new Elna Lotus machine. You're not able to. We're so confident on it that if you do find the difference, we will refund the difference on it. Any single questions you've got regarding the Elna Lotus, drop us an email. It's help@sewingstreet, is it? help@sewingstreet.com. Otherwise, go onto our fans page, not our fans page, onto our Sewing Street page, and there's a little message bar there. Drop us a message. Ask any questions. We're here. But you will not be able to find this at this price point anywhere else. And if you're just starting out on sewing and you want an absolutely incredible machine at a really, really great price, you are really going to struggle to find something somewhere else like this. This Lotus is absolutely incredible. It comes with a 2-year warranty from Elna. Elna and Janome are the same company. This has just got a different badge on the front. You've got a phenomenal heritage of product on this as well. But we've also got the incredible Jayne Brogan. Adore her. She is the most talented demonstrator on sewing machines, and she's done a little video for us to show us all about this machine. So sit back, get your coffee, and get excited about this wonderful machine.
Hi everybody, it's lovely to be back again to see you. Luckily I live within 5 miles of the studio, so it's quite easy for me to get here, and there's only myself and Joe in at the moment, so we're practicing all the social distancing. So what we've got today, we have got the lovely Elna Lotus, and as you can probably see, I've bought mine in from home, which is one of the very old original ones, and they're fabulous little machines. It's a great one for me if when I used to work away, I could take it with me so I could sew in the evenings quite easily. So we're going to look at the new one today, so let's go around and see what we can do with this. So you can see here it's all very compact, everything's tucked in, there is nothing sort of untoward out anywhere, so you can pick it up and carry it around quite easily. Even the foot pedal comes in its own special little pouch in here, and it's great because it's retractable, so I can get the cord and pop it out here. So we have put the cord in, it's not missing, which we've had questions before. So it just pops back in, but that lives in its own little pouch. Normally that would live inside the machine with the power lead as well. So let's have a look at it. Now the first thing is with these, you can see, well, how on earth am I going to get into this? So there's a little button on the top here, and we just go like this, and the whole machine will open for you, which is why it's called Lotus, because it's like a lotus flower. Everything that we need for the machine can be carried on board with it. So we've seen the little bag for the foot pedal. All the feet and accessories have got their own little compartments in the top. Even the spare needles go in there. And what I absolutely love about this is everything else is in a little box that slides in here. So you've got your spool caps, your screwdriver, brush, spare bobbins, quick unpick. They're all tucked away in here. So you've always got everything to hand all the time. What I want to do is thread the machine. It does thread slightly different to the other machines. So here we go. So the first thing we need to do is lift up this little piece here, and then on the top we can see there's a little one here. So we need to press that, and wonderful spill pin pops up from here. I've got the small cap on because I'm using a small thread. So I'm going to pop this on, put that thread on. I'm going to pop the lid on and then press it down, and it will sit back in there. And then we need to pull around. You can see it's all marked with numbers again. Number 1 here. So that goes through there. Okay, and then we're going to go, again, in the lid, it's showing me how to thread it. So we're going onto here, onto behind this little guide here. And then we're going to go round the back, so here. And then it's number 4, number 5, number 6. And again, we've got the little thread guides here, same as on the other machines, and through the side. And that's it. So it is worth having a little practice. It is slightly different to everything else, but then it means that everything can be tucked away inside, so it's all secure. So we've got standard needle threader, round and through. And there we go. I've actually got a bobbin I've already wound, so I'm going to pop it in here. I'm going to take this one. Again, they are standard Janome Elna bobbins, one size fits all. So if you've already got a machine, you can interchange your bobbins, that's not a problem. They all go in the same, so it's P for perfect, top left, underneath here. And then now what I would do to get my bottom thread up on these, oops, let me try and find it here. There we go. What I would try and do, we've got our needle up, needle down on these as well. So we're going to go, nope. Oh, here we go. We're going to go needle down, needle up. I had to stop and think then. That's just how we change the stitch length and width. So there we go, pop that through. And that's it. We are now good to sew. And again, you can see on here, we've got 18 stitches. So we've got all our basic, what we class as utility stitches. So we've got straight stitches. We can do the reverse. We've got stretch stitch, little lightning stretch stitch, zigzags, overcast, elastic zigzag, a nice little decorative scallop, some applique, and we've also got 2 buttonholes and a darning stitch on there. Pop that down, press the foot down, and again we can use the foot control with it or the start stop. So I'm going to use the start stop now, so I'm going to pop that down, start stop, and off we go. It's quite strict and it's a beautifully quiet machine. And again we've got the tortoise and the hare. We can slow it down. We've also got the lock stitch, so we can stop and tie off. And it's got the automatic cut on it, which is a fantastic add-on. Once you get the automatic cut on your sewing machine, you will not want to be without one. So as you can see, it's a really nice compact machine that's really portable. It's great to use to take about. Again, on here, 01 is telling me what foot I need to put on, and that's the stitch width and the stitch length. So we can take that narrower. And again, we've got the needle position movement here with this as well, if you can see it. So as I'm moving, you can see the needles moving. So it's a 7mm stitch width, so we've got a really good swing on that needle to get some really perfect positioning for top stitching and anything like that. And again, the stitch length, so we can go narrower or longer, quite straightforward. So if we want to change stitches, again, it's so easy. It's a touch screen. So if I want a zigzag, I want 05, I'm going to pop the needle in, half speed, and off we go again. And as you say, it's a beautifully quiet machine, so nice to use. And because you've got where it opens out, it's a really nice extension table almost built in with it, so it gives you lots and lots of support while you're sewing, and you can take your work up over it, and there's no sharp edges to catch or anything because it's all beautifully designed. Again, we can see, so again, if we're just looking at these, if you do dressmaking, like jersey, stretchy fabrics, you've got the standard triple stretch here, and also the lightning stitch, which a lot of people love, standard zigzags, you've got over edge, blind hems, you've got a nice little applique stitch here as well, so a little go like that. And again, it's telling me what foot to put on, it's telling me I want the satin stitch foot. So, as per most of the machines, a little black button on the back, we can drop this foot off, and again, it's got its own little compartment in the top that it goes in. Take the satin stitch foot out, pop that one on, and that's it, we're good to go. Pop that through, press the foot down, and we can start. And again, I'm going to slow it down. So we can, again, we can alter as we're sewing as well. So we can make it narrower, we can bring that in as well, we can make that a little bit longer. So you've got really, really, the capabilities of this are absolutely amazing. We're going to lock stitch to tie off. I think it's just fantastic we've got the scissor cut on here as well. That makes such a difference. And there we go. And you can see where I've altered the sizes on here as I've been stitching. So you can really, really, because we've got the digital screen as well, you can actually make a really good note of what you've got your machine set on, so you're not going to forget and do the wrong size stitches. I tend to do little samples and write on them when I'm working away and using these. And again, we've got a one-step buttonhole. We're going to have to pretend, I think, because I don't think we bought a button today, did we? Unless we can take one off Joe's trousers. I'm going to pop this off. So with the buttonhole foot, it's a standard one step. So like most of it, I'm going to use a bobbin on it. I've got some here that I've got wound up. So we pretend. I'll use that one. There we go. So you pop your button in the back here. There we go. And you just sandwich it in almost in the back here. And then this will now come onto the machine. Take this off. Pop it back in there. Clip clips on exactly like your standard buttonhole foot that you've got already. So it will clip on there. And again, the thing to remember is your buttonholes sew backwards. So let's get the buttonhole. Where's the little D lever? I don't know if you can see, you have got, the foot seems to have moved in quite a lot on here. So it's really good to get your hands on both sides when you're dressmaking to take everything through. Again, buttonhole lever down, standard. I'm going to select 16. And again, the machine's giving me all the information. It's telling me what foot to put on. I need the D foot. You can alter the density and length of the stitches if you need to sort out for whatever project you're working with. So again, it's just unbelievably quiet, this machine. It's so quiet. So you could actually be sewing at night when everybody's watching TV. And again, with the buttonhole, you can see we're just touching it. It's going to come back again. And it's just such a quick and easy way to do everything. And it's the compact nature of this machine. Everything just tucks away out of the way, so you've got no worrying about you've lost something, because it would just all be inside the machine. Even your little screwdriver, bobbins, everything, it's all tucked away in here. We'll just take that up a little bit, do a buttonhole for us and speed it up. And again, it's going to stop for me, and then I'm going to cut. And as you can see, we have got an absolutely perfect buttonhole there. It's just such a lovely machine. And we can also, it does free arm. Let me just pop that away, take the foot off, take my little spool out of the back, and pop that back in its little home up here so we don't lose it. I'm going to pop the satin stitch foot back on. But a lot of people think, oh, it doesn't free arm. Well, it does. Let me just do that. So what we can do is a little switch here, a little button. So if I press that, I can then slide off this part. So then we have still got the free arm machine for doing your collars, cuffs, round bags, anything like that. And that just pops back in. It's just absolutely, so it's just the way everything just folds in. So it's all tucked away, everything's in there for us. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pop this down. Actually, no, I won't. Let me do that. Pop it down, and I think we need to have a look at it again. Just opening, just so that's it. It's all tucked away. I can take the foot pedal into the centre, everything. But it's just the ease of it, it's just the way it opens. It's absolutely amazing. But it's down and done, so it just tucks away inside, and it's so compact. Let me open the top. So let me have a little look. Pop that back up again. When you're packing away, you can leave it threaded, but if you don't want to, you can just push the little number 1 here back around, and the bobbin, the thread will pop straight back up again, so you can take it off. But otherwise, just tuck that down. Don't forget to take it off when you start sewing again. You've got your standard tension here. Again, I'm a great believer in don't mess with it unless you really need to. It's set on 4, and it tends to be very seldom you need to alter these now. So it is just such a lovely little compact machine that we've got for you today. Right, so that was just a really quick overview of this fantastic little machine that we've got for you. So if you've got any more queries or questions, then please send them in and we can answer them for you. And until next time I see you, bye.
Bye, Jayne. And it's like teleportation. She was standing right here when she filmed it. How incredible is that machine? I absolutely love it. But now, I'm sorry, I'm going to do it one last time. I love it. Please don't hit my cake. Please don't hit my cake. But you get to take these out. Where was it? No. But I'm not going to get that out because I'll hit the cake. And that was that wonderful little thing there. I know, as I was doing it, they're like, stop. You're going to destroy the set. Leave it alone. But you get this wonderful little bag with your foot in it as well. Wasn't that the most incredible demo? This is the most incredibly wonderful little machine we've had. The most affordable machine we've ever had on Sewing Street. But it's because of our special offer. You know, you can't get £270 off a machine. That's almost, what's the percentage there? 270 divided by 669. We're busy working it out. Trying to find a calculator on this day as well. But don't forget, you got the 1 day free postage and packaging. I'll usually say 1 day, $3.95 postage and packaging. Free postage and packaging all day today. Remember to use that code of John in your redemption code box that you've got down there. And it is such a lovely little machine, and I'm going to keep doing it because I just love it. I absolutely love this machine. But, ladies and gentlemen, I need to inform you, quarter of the stock has gone already. We cannot get this machine again. This is it. What we have is what we have, and that price is only available on what stock we have. You've got that 2-year warranty special with Elna. You are going to not be able to find this at this price at any other UK dealer, a UK shop anywhere. That's not obviously an eBay or Amazon thing, a proper or your Aunt Jayne who's had one for 2 years and now wants to sell it to you. This is for a brand new Elna Lotus sewing machine. We will guarantee that this is the best price in the UK, and we will, in the world they're saying, wow. But don't forget your postage and packaging. That's $3.99, including your postage and packaging to you. So if you are doing it in the world, you've got your postage and packaging as well. Ours is free for available today. This is a 40% off saving on this machine today. It is just incredible. And what I love about this is we've been using this machine with various other bits and... Wow, okay, half the stock of this machine has gone. And when it's gone, it's gone. We cannot get it again. If you're a beginner and you're wanting a really, really good machine with loads of different features, this is a £670 machine that you're getting for £399. You cannot get better than that. You really, really can't. But what I'm loving about this is we've all used this machine. You saw me use it with our block of the week today, but our fabulous Debbie, she's got our flower of the month. I am so in love with this. But when I went to go and buy it, sold out. The H640 sold out. The fusible fleece sold out. It's back. It's back. Check out the website. I'll just quickly show you this panel if you haven't seen it. There's the panel there. But look how adorable this is. And you've got all this wonderful, wonderful coordinating fabric as well. Really, really great. And it just goes on forever. Huge amounts there, but you've got this wonderful panel back in stock now, and the H640 available back in stock. But the reason I'm mentioning this is because obviously our 1-day free postage and packaging, these are back in stock, so it's not going to cost you any more than that. And the H640 has been like hen's teeth to try and find it. Now we've got it back in stock again. It's going crazy again. These are sold in metre square pieces, so if you're going to buy 2 or 3 units of it, they will still come to you as 1 metre squares. So however much you need, you'll be able to see it from there. Those are $9.99. And if you're looking for our panel, these are available as well. These are back in stock now, with our beautiful flower on as well. Just unfolding it so I can get you back the flower. And again, this is $9.99 as well. Look at that beautiful flower. But now the reason I've shown you these two is because the absolutely divine Debbie Shaw used our wonderful Elna Lotus machine and these panels and the H640, and she's done a wonderful demo. So what I'm going to suggest is, I know not all of you are going to have my chocolate birthday cake. Look at this, but we've all got a treat of a biscuit or something in our cupboard here. So what I've done is I've got us our lovely cake here, and I'm going to cut myself literally a slither because there needs to be less of me. And I'm going to cut myself a little piece. And then I'm going to cut Hannah a piece. Hannah needs a bit of cake there, and I'm going to cut Kat a piece. And then Joe's got a piece cut as well. So please go and get yourself a nice cup of tea, get yourself a nice little treat that you can all celebrate with me as well, and watch Debbie with our fabulous Elna Lotus machine.
Now the thing I love about this machine is how simple it is to use. Whether you're a beginner or if you're upgrading from a more basic machine, it's literally touching the stitch that you want to use, whether you're quilting or dressmaking or even bag making. So that's what I'm going to show you in this demonstration. A little bit of bag making. This is our Flower of the Month panel. It's absolutely beautiful, and there's an awful lot of fabric there as well. And you can save them all up till the end of the year and make a beautiful floral quilt, or you can make cushion covers, you can make bags with it, and you've got enough there for the whole of the lining and handles as well if you want to make a tote bag like the one I have here. So let's cut up all of the pieces first of all. So we'll just move that out of the way. I'm using my rotary cutter ruler and mat and literally just cutting along the straight lines. I also like the way that you've got a different print of border around the flowers, because that's going to look like I've actually pieced it together, because I'm going to quilt over it. So separate that. Got your labels on there as well, so if you are making a quilt, then you can proudly display your name on there, particularly if this is going to be handed down or given as a gift. I think that's a lovely idea. So let's trim away all of those pieces. So that's a 12-inch square. On the cushion cover that I made, I added extra fabric from the 2.5-inch strips at the side and made a mitered corner border around there. But this is what I mean about that stitch line. This is all part of the panel, but by sewing around here, it actually looks as though that's another piece that I've added onto it. So it really couldn't be easier. Now I'm not going to cut out the individual strips from the back. You can do, if you've got different quilting projects. I'm just going to use the whole of the panel as both a lining and for the back of my bag. So I'm going to need 2 pieces for the lining and 1 piece for the back. And then the little bit that I've got left over is going to be handles. If you wanted your fabric to stretch a little bit further, then use a different coloured liner or different fabric for the lining. So on my bag that I made initially, I used grey fabric. But if you can find one in this green, that would look really nice as well. And then maybe add the matching handles in the same colour. It's a really easy bag to make. So if you are a new sewer and you want to make something that is useful, purposeful, as well as being pretty, then this is a great starting point. So I need 2 more of those. I'm cutting them out individually because I want to make sure that I'm cutting right across the top line here, rather than just folding up the 4 squares of fabric and cutting them all at the same time. And I'm also going to use some Valaiseline H640 to give my bag a bit of stability. Otherwise it'd be a rather floppy bag, which is fine if you want a floppy bag. I like my legs to be a little bit more rigid. So 1 more piece to cut, and then we can get sewing. Come here, there you go. You talk to your work, I do. Only when it's misbehaving. So I've just got a little bit of fabric left at the end that I can make handles with. So it's not going to be long handles to go over your shoulder with this one. But I just wanted to show you what you can actually make with the fabric that you have on the panel. So those are my 4 pieces. Let's cut out the remainder of the 2.5-inch strips to make a panel, to make a handle, sorry. And there we go. I'm going to keep the handles soft because I'll be folding those into 4. I'll have 2 of those, and that'll give it enough sturdiness. There we go. So that's all my pieces cut. I'm going to put my H640 on the wrong side of the outer pieces of fabric. So no need to use it on the lining as well. And I like to put any kind of stabilisers like that, or interfacings, or waddings and paddings on the outside panels, because that's the bit that you feel when you pick your bag up. So got a huge sheet of this, it won't take very much. So the knobbly side of your H640 is your glue. So that goes onto the wrong side of your fabric, and then blast of steam, start from the centre and gently move out. So I'm not actually touching the glue with my iron, I'm just kind of holding that in place. And then when I cut it out is when I can iron right up to the edge without getting any glue bits on my iron. There's one, and then the second part of the front of the bag. And you can have this with the stripes going in either direction because it's a square, so it actually makes a 12-inch square when you cut that down. And Again, blast of steam. H640, if you have it in stock, is well worth putting on your order. It's the only fusible fleece that I've used that just doesn't wrinkle and pucker, and you can give it a good old blast of steam, which a lot of fusibles, you can't. They tend to shrink a little bit when you steam them. But you get a really good adhesion with your H640. So now I've trimmed that down, I can iron right up to the edges without getting glue on the iron. Doesn't matter if it's not really stuck down all over, because it will be sewn into the seam as well. That's fine. So we can move that to one side now. And now I'm going to quilt it. So I can increase the stitch length. The machine defaults to a 2.4. I'm going to take it up to a 2.8 because this isn't a seam. It doesn't need to be a strong stitch. And I'm going to start right in one corner. We'll do a lock stitch, so the stitch is going to go on top of itself a few times, and I can move that extra thread out of the way so I'm not sewing it into the seam. And then I'm literally going to sew in a straight line. I love the fact that you've got a speed control on here as well. I think there's going to be a lot of people who are buying this machine as their first ever computerized machine. And you may be a little bit concerned about it getting carried away with you and just sewing too quick. So you can literally slow down the speed by operating the speed control. In fact, you don't need to use the foot control if you prefer not to. Oh, one more stitch in that direction. So I'm literally following the edge of the two prints, which looks like a stitch in the ditch technique. And it actually looks like I've pieced this together when I've finished. So again, stop the needle down, and back to the beginning. So when my stitches meet up at this end, slow down again, and another one of those lock stitches. And snip the thread. So I'll just cut away the long thread from the beginning. And it looks really nice already, doesn't it? But you can really start to see kind of a depth. If you were to use something like the 2 ounce or the 4 ounce polywadding that we bring you on the channel as well, you'll really see kind of a puffiness from the top. And of course you can free motion embroider if you wanted to, add extra fabrics, make it bigger, use some of your own stash. I'm going to do the same with the back of the bag. So that's where the stripes are down here. So it'll look as though I've sewn together 2.5 inch strips, which I haven't. It's a nice time to use your decorative stitches as well. So on this machine we could use a number 13. We could use an over edge stitch as a decorative stitch. You could use your zigzag stitch. I love the way that the stitches are all here in front of you as well. There's no looking up pictures of the stitches and choosing a number and scrolling up and scrolling down. I love the way you just press a button and the machine gets itself all ready to sew it. I also find the petals useful. Petals being the cover when it opens up, because it gives you somewhere to rest your wrists as you're sewing. So if you've got long pieces of fabric that you're sewing if you're quilting, or maybe you're hemming a circular skirt, yards and yards of fabric, it's nice and comfortable for you to put your wrists on. Final one down here. Then I must remember to shorten the stitch length because we're going to be sewing seams. Oh no, actually we've got the bag handles to make up next. So again, you can decorate that as much as you like. If you have more fabric at home, maybe in contrasting colours, you could add a little bit of a plique, and again you can have it that way around or that way around, or the dark one at the top. It's entirely up to you. Now for the handles, I've cut the spare fabric into 2 equal strips, and we're going to fold in half and press to the centre. And then fold each one of these in half, a bit like making a huge piece of bias binding. And this one to the centre, and then the whole lot to the centre, like so. And then the same with the opposite handle. If you wanted to make the handles a little bit firmer, you could use a blast of spray starch on them, and you could use some of your Valaiseline fusible fleece on the back, but I'd only put a strip down the centre. Don't cover the whole of the handle in it. In fact, should we do that? Let's do that. So let's fold that over. And take a strip of the fleece, and I want that to be slightly narrower than the handle itself. So that's about there. You can use your rotary cutter with this as well. I just think that for speed's sake we'll just whiz through with the scissors. Got enough for two there? I think so. Just about right. So let's pop this in between the two pieces, the centre here. Wrap my fabric over the top, and I can give that a blast through all the layers. And then I'll just repress the handle back into position. Well, that's nice. So that's given it a nice bit of sturdiness, but it's not too firm. If you were to use your fusible fleece on the whole of the fabric, you're going to have 4 layers all squished up together, which could make it a little bit stiff and maybe a little bit difficult to sew through. So again, let's do that all in one go. That'll do. And I'm going to sew down both sides. It only need to sew along one side to hold the handle together, but it looks nicer if you sew down both sides, I think. And with a bit more time, I could have quilted all the way across the lines like I did with the back of the bag. So I'm still on a 2.8 stitch length, because again, this is top stitching, it's not a seam. And so straight down. Then we'll go straight onto the second piece here. So I'm chain piecing the handles together. I do like the idea, if you have extra fabric though, maybe a grey or a taupe or an off-white, of using that as well and just saving some of this gorgeous printed greys for another project. And snip, and then we'll sew down the other side, and that'll give a nice professional finish to the handle. And I'm sewing through 4 layers of fabric and the Valaiseline at this point, and this machine is just gliding through it. Almost there. There we go. So we'll snip in between those 2 handles, and then we'll put them on the bag. So this is going to be wherever you think it looks right. If your handles are too close to the edge of the bag here, it'll all fold open, it'll kind of bow in the middle. And if you put it too close together, I think it looks a bit silly. So I would say about 2.5 inches from each side would be perfect. That looks good. And that's the main thing, what looks good for your bag. And I'm just going to use some of the Clover Wonder clips to clip that in place. So I'll use the mat so I can measure exactly my 2.5, maybe 3. Let's go 3. Will look better. So I'll have a clip in here. And then turn the handle around and go 3 inches from this side and another clip, and make sure that your handle isn't twisted while you're doing that. And I'm just going to put a few tacking stitches across the top of here just to hold that in place. So that's within the seam allowance. I'm not using exactly 1/4 inch seam allowance. I'm going to use the edge of the foot, which is probably a bit over 1/4 inch. And you go. Oh, I pressed a button by mistake. Number 1. That's better. and we'll give that a snip. And then for the second handle, should we go dark at the top or light at the top? Or should we go that way? I'm going to go that way. So let's line those two pieces up together. And this time I'm going to use the guide from this handle. I'll have the same colour at the end there as my my point for putting the handles on that side. So I'm matching those two pieces up again. Make sure the handle's not twisted. On that side. And some more tacking stitches over the end. So it makes a nice size bag, I think. You know, a useful size of bag. And it could be storage. Bags aren't just for sticking over your shoulder when you're going out somewhere. You could store your fat quarters or notions in here and just hang it up on the back of your door. And if you do have, you know, some more fabric of your own or a zip maybe, you could put a zip pocket on the inside or a patch pocket if that's easier. So that's what we've got. So we've got the front and the bag pieces together. We're now going to sew the lining across the top. So because I've got my stripes vertically, I'll mirror that with the lining. So let's pop this down here and sew straight across. You can put some pins or clips in there if you prefer to. And again, I'm just using the edge of the foot as a guideline. All right, to the end, and that's that. So that's what we've got. And then we do the same with the other side here. So that way, that side. I'm trying to match up the stripes on the lining so that they mirror image each other. And sew straight across the top. Just make sure that's straight. I'm not worried about finishing seams on a bag like this. Oh, there you go. Nobody's going to see inside the bag anyway to see that you've got any raw edges there. But because I'm using quite a small stitch on the sewing machine, it'll give a nice strong seam anyhow. So I'm on 2.4 for that one. So now these two pieces are going to be sewn right sides together. And it's important to match up the seams at the side. So that's where I like to start. Because, I know I say it a lot, but if your seams match, nobody will notice. If your seams don't match, it'll stand out a mile. So let's clip that there. You can use pins if you prefer. And the same on that side. And then we're going to sew all the way around the bag. I'm going to start from here as well because that's the important bit, but leave a gap in the base so we can turn it the right side out. Now the H640 is sticking up slightly, and that's how I want it to be, because I'm going to leave a little bit of the foam poking above the top of the bag, and it's going to look like there's another border sewn around the top. So just keeping that flat. When you're sewing against foam like this as well, or fleece like this, it does seem to slow the machine down a little bit because there's a lot of friction. So don't worry about that. The machine's not going on strike. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just simply dragging a little bit because of the fleece. You could lengthen the stitch. That would make it a bit quicker. Goes like so. And then straight back down the opposite side. And again, I'm just using the edge of the foot of the seam allowance, so don't worry about that. As long as you're consistent with the seam allowance, it really doesn't matter if you're 1/4 of an inch or 1/2 inch or however it takes you. I'm just lining up those seams at the top, just making sure that it's still meeting. And then back down the other side. So right down to the bottom. And then we come to the base, we're going to need to leave a gap in the bottom so we can turn it. A couple of stitches. So, I'll just line that up again. We will make the hole just here, so I'm going to reverse the stitch and cut the thread and skip across by about 5 or 6 inches, it doesn't need to be exact. Reverse back again and then carry on sewing. And back down the final side. Tell you what we can also do, we can make the base square. Now because there is a border around the edge, I don't want to make the base too square because some of that's going to disappear. And this is a cushion cover, but if that was the bag, I don't want too much to disappear. So I'm just going to take 1/2 inch off and make the base a little bit square. So if you reach inside and open this up so that the side seam is sitting against the base seam, and then I'm just going to sew 1/2 inch from the end. I can see where the stitches are from the bit that are quilted, so I want to avoid that, or maybe just go up to the corner of that. Squish the seams in opposite directions to cut down on the bulk, so it doesn't matter about pressing seams open for this one. And we'll just sew straight across. And again, lots of layers of fabric we're sewing through, but for this machine, it's a doddle. Straight through. It doesn't even know it's doing it. I don't think we've even woken it up yet. We'll do the same with the opposite corner here. So again, squish the base against the side. You can feel when they're meeting. You can measure and mark that if you wanted it to be really precise. But I'm just going to sew back again 1/2 inch from the end. So backwards, forwards, and backwards. And snip. Put those away. And then we're going to cut off the corners. There we go. Then we'll do the same on the lining side. So squish them open, seams in opposite direction, and sew the same distance from the corner. And snip. And then the same with the final corner here. Squish. You can feel it. And sew. Okay. So I like the seams to go in opposite directions. Just try and make sure that when you come to the other side of the bag, you've squished the seams in the same direction so it doesn't have a twist in it. And we'll snip you off. Right, then we'll turn the whole thing the right side out. We're almost finished. Pull it through. Push that piece out there. That's my square base look with the seams lined up nicely in the corner. And I haven't detracted from the design. In fact, it looks as though that's got a side panel now. That wasn't an expected surprise. Just got a thread there. And then we'll pull the two side pieces open here. When you pull those, the inside just tends to fold in, and we'll sew across that on the sewing machine. And snip. We'll push the lining inside the bag. Push the corners right down into the corners. And when I was saying about leaving a little bit at the top, doesn't mean that your lining is about 1/4 inch shorter than the bag, but it doesn't matter, you won't notice any difference. But then where the padding is in the top here, it just looks like a nice little border. It's another finishing touch. So now I'm just going to sew in the ditch around the top of the bag there. So you could use a free arm if you wanted to, but we've got plenty of space in here. So I'm using the centre of the foot, the standard foot actually goes in like that, so that's the guide that I'm using to stitch along the seam at the top, and this will help to keep the layers together, and it'll give a firmer finish around the top of the bag. So I'm sewing the handles upwards, I don't want handles facing down, and just carry on sewing all the way around. So you can actually hear the thickness now, can't you? After anything like this, maybe after a couple of projects, if I make up one of these and a cushion cover, I'd change the needle then. In fact, the best time to change your needle is if you can't remember the last time you changed your needle, because that probably means that you're way overdue for changing it. You're getting spare needles with the machine anyway, but it's always worth having a few more in stock. You can see how that border really matches with the backing. Lined that up really well. And then back to where I started. Almost there. We do a quick reversing stitch and a snip. So after a final press, that's one idea. Just got a thread there, I must cut that off. That's one idea as to what you can do with your panel. So you've got a really nice, useful little bag there. But another idea would be to make a cushion cover out of it. So let me show you really quickly how that was made as well. So there's two bags, and these have got different backings on them as well. And because I've squared the base on this one, it's actually brought the sides in, so that's why it looks a little bit smaller. So they're exactly the same size. It's from the same size panel, but that one's got a deeper side, and this one is two-dimensional. So you have a play. Be your own bag designer. That might put me out of work. So let's take a look at the cushion cover. This is an envelope-backed cushion cover, and with this one I did use some of the 2.5-inch strips that you get on the panel to create this mitered border. But you don't have to do that. That may be something that you might find a bit complicated if you're brand new to sewing. So let's do a really simple option for you. So again, we'll take the panel. I'd normally iron before I start cutting anything out, because I don't normally like cutting over creased fabric, because when you do iron it, it's not going to be straight. This one isn't too bad. So we'll cut out that front panel again. So I've got my 12-inch square. You can use scissors, but I just find with a rotary cutter you get a really accurate, straight, quick cut. Now this is your Mayflower, which is the lily of the valley. I love the colours on this. I think it's so elegant. But of course we're almost in June. And we're going to be bringing you one of these as a flower of the month. So maybe it might be an idea to order a couple, so you can make your cushion cover now when you get it home. And then you can save the rest of it, or your new panels, until you get all of the panels, then you can make a quilt. So you'd end up with 12 cushion covers and then a really lovely quilt to go with it. So for the back, I'm going to use the same fabric for the back. On the larger cushion I didn't. I stretched my fabric a little bit further. And I'm going to cut the whole length. I'm going to include some of the white at the bottom as well in this one. So I'll keep it the same width as my panel. It's square, so. And then let's move this across. So I'll have some left over. So I could make some ties. It could be, instead of having an envelope back, I could make one that's a little bit more like a pillowcase and put some ties in the side. So that's that. And then let's trim this down. I need to trim the writing off the top. But I'm leaving a little bit of white because I want this to be quite long. And I'm just going to straighten up the bottom here. But again, I'm leaving that border. That's not part of the design, but I'm going to use it anyhow. Now with the front of the cushion, I'm going to use my H640 again, or no, I'm not. I tell you what, we'll use some of this. We'll use some of the really thick wadding and a little bit of 505 spray to hold it in place. So this is the 2-ounce poly wadding. Might not necessarily use that for a quilt, but for something like a cushion cover, it's perfect. Because it's so affordable as well. So let's pop that on there. It's stuck really well. And we'll trim this down. So with the polys, I don't mind using a rotary cutter to cut those, so you could use those on your mat. I tend to find that if I've got a wool or a cotton, like a quilt wadding, I don't use my rotary cutter. It works, but it tends to push the fibres into the mat, so you've got a clean-up job afterwards. But don't really do that with poly, it doesn't seem to happen. So just like with the bag, I'm going to sew around here, but because I've got a deeper wadding, do you know what we're going to do? We're going to use 2 layers. You can be extravagant when it's only £3.99. But then we'll get the stitches really, oh look at that, really sinking into it. This is going to feel so expensive. That'll do. And I'm going to sew around the edge like I did on the bag. So I will need to lengthen the stitch again. So I'll go up to a 3 on this one, a lock stitch in the corner, and then sew all the way around. And then there you go. So look how bouncy this is going to be. Oh, do you know, given more time, I'd love to embroider around the flower. Oh, by hand. Oh, that would look so nice. See how you make things up as you go along. That would look lovely, just if in a grey thread, so you don't really see the contrast, but just around the outside of the flowers and maybe around the outside of the stem as well. And that would be really really poofy kind of look. That would look amazing. Oh, that's going to be a project for at home. And I like hand sewing. I like to sit, you know, in the garden, in the sunshine, or in front of the TV and just sit and relax and find it quite therapeutic. And it's quiet hand sewing as well, of course. Mind you, this machine isn't exactly noisy, is it? Very impressed. Okay, so there's my lock stitch. And look at the depth of those stitches. Right, then we'll put the back on. So it's only going to be a small cushion, so it'll take a 12-inch cushion pad. So the 2 longer strips that I cut with the white bit on there as well, I'm going to fold in half. And I wanted them longer so that they overlap. So this is going to go over here like that. And then this one folded in half over there like that. Flip it over. And we'll have a few pins in there. Or a few clips, because it's so thick. So particularly at the bit where they overlap. So I want that to be nice and square. Could do a top stitch across the top of the fold, that would look nice as well. So look how bouncy that is. And that. What I'll do is, and then I'm going to sew from the front side around this one. So I shortened the stitch slightly again. I'm back down to 2.4 and then sew all the way around. Or do you know, if I had some stabiliser or a spare piece of fabric or some tearaway stabiliser would do, I'd put that over the top. Just so that I'm not getting the wadding caught up in my foot. Just shows how thick it is though, doesn't it? Right. Now where I come to the bits that overlap, I'm just going to backstitch. Just caught that on the foot again. You'll have to keep doing this if you're sewing this way around. And that's going to make where the overlap is stronger. Because when you put my cushion inside, that's the part that's going to take the strain. And carry on sewing. So, and I reverse on the folded bits and at the ends of seams as well. And I just love the ease of use of the sewing machine. Everything is literally right in front of you. So the reverse button, you barely have to lift your hand up off the fabric to touch it. Just got that caught again. Fine. It's a very convenient sewing machine. Everything is right there. So I'm just squishing that away from catching on the foot. Almost back to the beginning. There we are. Let's snip that off. And then I'll just make sure I've caught all of the fabrics. Lovely. And then snip off the corners. And that means when I turn this the right side out, I've got less bulk and my points will be pointier. So where this overlaps, I can now turn it through. So let me just I'm going to fetch my iron finger, bear with me, because this is an ideal tool for turning. It's not just for ironing. So with the square section, I can really get in there and push the corners out. So don't use your scissors to poke out the corners. I know we've all tried it. And it works really well until that one time that you just come straight through the stitches. So use the right tool for the job. This is actually meant for ironing. That's why it's called an iron finger, because it's made from a silicone that doesn't burn. But it's really useful as a turning tool as well. So let's turn this the right side out. Again, push out the corners. And that, after a press, is my little cushion cover finished. So again, let me go back through the ideas for the panels for you, because I think with the block of the month or a flower of the month, you think, oh, I'll save that up and make a quilt. But if you just can't wait, go for a couple. Use some of your own fabric. So this one was made in just the same way, but using a grey fabric on the background. And I could line this as well. If it was going to be a gift, I'd have an extra piece of fabric on the inside as well. I cut up some of the 2.5 inch strips and made the border that goes around the edge. But on the smaller cushion cover that I've just made, that's purely using the size of the panel. It's slightly smaller now than 12 inches, but I'd still put a 12-inch cushion pad inside it, so it makes it nice and fat. And there's my envelope section at the back. Or you could make a bag. That was the bag that I've just made. So you can see from scratch, you can easily make a couple of projects within 3/4 of an hour or so. And this I've quilted through the, so I haven't cut the strips out, but it looks as though I have, because I've just quilted over the straight lines. And this is the larger bag that I made previously, but only larger because I didn't make the base square like I did in the one that I've just made. So that's more two-dimensional. And on the back this time, yes, I've quilted it again, but I've used a plainer fabric on the inside. So I'd still got some of the stripe fabric left over. Anything like this, you can use a little lotus for. I think with this machine, it's a perfect machine if you want something that's easy to use, if you want something that will grow with you to a certain extent, if you're upgrading from a basic sewing machine, or if it's the first time you've ever used a computerized sewing machine. If you're using a sewing machine at the moment that you've borrowed or inherited and you think, no, I want my very own sewing machine, why not go for something that is comprehensive, that's feature-packed, that has a really fun threading system that you've already seen in this hour, and looks really stylish as well. So I think you'll enjoy your sewing machine, and I hope you enjoy using it.
And as if by magic, I'm standing exactly where she was. But now, ladies and gentlemen, I have a really amazing announcement for you. Gone. Sold out. All gone. You've got an amazing deal. Congratulations to all of you. Very, very sorry for those of you who've missed out. The Lotus Elna has completely sold out, and unfortunately we cannot get it again. So congratulations to all of you who've been able to get it. And any of you who are looking, the H640, I always want to say HS2, which I know is not right. H640 is available by a metre square. This is $9.99 available to you today. That was what Debbie was using in her demo there. And we've sold out of everything that we had previously on Debbie's show, because I was looking for this last week and couldn't find it. But we've got that, and we've got the panel back in as well. And these are available also for $9.99, back in stock today. So if you are looking to get it, make sure you add those to your basket, because it's free postage and packaging all day. But now I am so excited about this hour. Well, the next hour. After the break. Sorry, I just want to double check. I'm like, hang on, we've gone past the hour. Are we breaking? We are breaking. We'll be back in a few minutes. We're just going to redo it. We've got attic windows next. See you soon. Sorry. Hello and welcome. We love hearing from you and we really hope that you can follow us on our social media platforms. We've got Instagram, which is @SewingStreet. We have Facebook. We've got 2 Facebook pages. One is the Sewing Street TV page and the other one is Sewing Street Fans. All 3 of these are monitored all the time by our wonderful team, and if you want to message us on air, drop us a line on either of those 3 and we'll definitely be able to answer your questions that you may have. If you post on the actual wall, we can perhaps answer there. Otherwise, message us as well. That works really well. Thank you so much for being involved, and it's only because of this community that we're able to bring you all these different diverse products and to be able to answer your questions that you may have. Another way you can stay in touch with us is by signing up to our newsletter. These newsletters are sent out to you very regularly and they include not only our guest profiles of upcoming guests, but also amazing shows that we've got coming up for you. And if you want to look at the amazing products before everybody else, that's the best way to do it. If you'd like to sign up and you haven't already, the link to follow is www.sewingstreet.com/sign up. You won't regret it. Thank you.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying 1 postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping.
Hi John, I just wanted to say a very happy birthday to you. I hope you have a really wonderful day and I hope we can catch up soon. Have a lovely time.
Happy birthday, John. Have a great day. Hope to see you soon.
Happy birthday, John. Hope you have a great day.
Happy birthday, John. I hope you have a fabulous day. Wishing you lots of love on your birthday.
Hi John, just wanted to say happy birthday. I hope you have an amazing day. It's a special day just for you because today's the day the world gave us you. Enjoy your birthday show. Lots of love.
I don't know where the last 4 hours have gone. It has gone so quickly and we are here with the last hour of our first ever 5-hour live show on Sewing Street today, and today we have got the start of the Around the World Attic Windows series. And the reason we started this today is because, as you can see, that little street over there, that was pretty much my childhood over the spring, with all those beautiful trees and everything behind it. And of course, being from South Africa, we've got giraffes. We've got these fabulous giraffes. So we've got various panels for you and bundles for you today. This is our first bundle that you're getting in this colorway. So you're going to get a ½ meter of all of these colors. The light grey, I think it's school grey, cream, and is that chartreuse? The chartreuse. And then you're going to get this fabulous panel of the jacaranda trees over here. And these are so prevalent in South Africa. They are absolutely beautiful. So don't forget, if you're having any problems checking out on the website, you can ring the call centre 0800 001 4433. We've had a few little blips because the website's been so popular today. It's been great. So if you are having any troubles, just give us a call on 0800 001 4433. Then we've got another colourway on this one as well. Perhaps you'd prefer a darker green border. Exactly the same colours as before, just with a darker green border. So you can see there the chartreuse border you had on the previous panel. You've got the emerald border on this one. And you've also got, so that's 2 meters, ½ meter of those 4 colours. as well as this fabulous panel and the instructions to be able to make these amazing attic windows. And both of those, just the two different colorways, are available for $29.99. And just look how effective they are. They're so good. But if you fancy a little bit more wildlife in your life, we've got exactly the same thing again. We've got the 4.5 meters of fabric there. You've got the light grey, I think it's silver or light grey, a school grey, cream, and the peacock, I think. Forgive me if I got the names wrong there. And then we've got this fabulous panel with the giraffes as well. And you can just feel the safari in amongst all of that. It's just so incredible there. And now we've got a fabulous video now explaining to you how to make this wonderful quilt here for the attic windows. We've got Wendy Orlando. Sorry, I was going to say the wrong name again there. So we'll be with you for a few minutes. See you soon.
Hi, I'm Wendy Orlando and I'm a craft blogger. You can find out what I do over at thecraftyco.com. And if you do head on over and have a peep, you will see that I am a tutorial blogger. I love to teach and inspire, and I do hope that I give people the confidence to maybe try a new hobby or learn a new craft. Crafting is so much fun and anyone can do it. Although I do loads of different crafts, my absolute passions are knitting, crochet and sewing. So you can imagine I was over the moon to become part of the Sewing Street family. I have been sewing for over 40 years, and within that time I have picked up lots of tricks and top tips that I can't wait to share with you. Now, there's lots of projects out there just waiting to be made, so let's get started and I'll see you soon. The first thing you want to do is prepare the panel itself. It's a good idea just to give it a quick iron over, just to make sure that there's no creases in it, as this possibly will affect the overall sizing. If you've got a crease in something, when you iron it afterwards, it's going to be bigger than when you first cut it. A top tip is to cut roughly around the outside. The panels are the exact size that you need for your strips. So by just cutting a little bit away from the edge, it just gives you a little bit of wiggle room. Make sure you don't throw these pieces away though, because you can use them for another project. The first thing you want to do is cut along the top on the very edge of the pattern. As I've mentioned, the panel is exactly the width and the length that you need, so you don't want to be cutting into any of the picture. And then we're going to start with our measurements from this top edge. So measure the size as instructed and then cut along that horizontal line. So now we've cut our 3 horizontal sections, and we're going to now cut our vertical lines. So what we do is we cut along either the right, it doesn't matter which side, as long as you do the same side for all the 3 panels. So this will give our guide to cut our first piece from. So you do need to start measuring from the side that you have cut. So we'll measure that way and then that way. And we do the same for the other 2 pieces. If you prefer, you can cut the panel out at first. As I say, it does measure exactly what you need, but I have mentioned that doing it this way, it does give you a tiny bit of wiggle room. Because if you find you are slightly out and you do have a little bit of white showing over the other side, it's going to be eaten up by the seam allowance. Then we need to cut these strips into 3 sections as indicated. As the measurement that I need is a half, I am able to use my grid to cut it out, which is going to give me a really, really clean cut. So when you're cutting out, you need to line up the edge of your fabric, and then you need to line up the bottom of your fabric with one of the lines. So you need this little part down here to be a right angle, and if you have that in the right place, then you can just go ahead and cut. It's always an idea to just check a couple of times first, because if you cut these panels wrong, then you won't be able to put them back together. And then just to continue for the rest of the panel, cutting it to the required widths. So as you can see, all the pieces of fabric have now been cut to their correct size, and I have labelled them with a piece of low tack tape, because I don't want to ruin the actual fabric, but you need to make a note of what number is what on the panel. And a top tip is to put the number at either the top or the bottom, so that you know which is the top or the bottom. So I know that I have all my numbers at the top, and that way if we move them about, we know where they are. So now we need to start putting them back together again. Before we start sewing, we're going to cut out the pieces that we need for the window frame. So again, referring to your instructions, it is very, very clear. Just work down the list, and there's lots of different lengths and widths that are required. So as I say, just work down the instructions, taking it slowly, and cut them all out. This is a brilliant project for doing over a weekend or a few evenings, because you can do them in stages. You can do all your cutting one night, and then you can sew your panel together the next night, and then maybe quilt it and then bind it the following night. So we've got all our pieces cut out now, so we're going to start assembling the frame. And the first thing we're going to do is attach the bottom windowsill. So you need to select the piece, the bottom windowsill, and if you want to, you can label them all with a little piece of tape and put them in their piles so you know which is which. So we get the first bottom windowsill, and we're going to put it at the bottom. So in this one, it's a good example, because actually it could be either way up. So I know that the top is where I've labelled my number, so we put the windowsill right sides facing at the bottom, and you line them up. If you want to place a clip or a pin at this point, then you can, but because we've cut them accurately, then as long as I start at this end and sew down, it will meet when we come to the other end. Let's get the sewing machine out. As we are sewing a seam, a good stitch length is 2.5. We are working a 1/4 inch seam allowance, and I think I've mentioned before, it's a good idea to get to know your feet, and if you are unsure if it is a 1/4, just work a line of stitching down on a odd piece of fabric, not on one of these pieces, and then measure it with a ruler to see how big, and then just keep checking your feet and working to see if you can find one that is that 1/4 inch. So we start a couple of millimeters in from the top edge, and we do a couple of stitches and then a reverse stitch, and this stops the fabric. We reverse back to the end, and then it stops the fabric at the end getting snagged in the machine and caught in underneath the foot. And we sew all the way down the end, making sure that they are in line. And once you get to the end, just work a reverse stitch to secure. Lift your needle, raise the foot to release the tension. Never pull your cotton out until you have released the tension, and then just cut your yarn. And because we used that 2.5 seam, there's no gaps, and it's nice and close together. So that is the first bottom sill done, and using the instructions, we will put all the sills for all of the 9 pieces. 6 of them are going to be this size, and then you're going to have 3 larger ones for the centre. So just again refer back to the instructions, and I'll meet you back when we've sewn all the bottom sills on. Now we've added all the bottom sills to our 9 pieces, and I've given them a quick press. So I have ironed them on what we call the dark side. So you iron the excess fabric onto the darker of the 2 fabrics. If you iron them onto the lighter side, they may show through when the panel has been finished. But if we iron them back away from that light side, then they don't show. So we've done that for all 9 panels. And now it's time to add the side recess of the frame. There are different sizes, although you do the same for both sizes. There's 2 different sizes. So we're going to add a side recess down here, and you can see that this strip is the same length as the panel, but we want to add a little feature in the corner, and this is very, very simple to do. We take the strip and the bottom piece, and we place the bottom piece at the bottom, and we're going to draw a line from the top right to the bottom left corner. We're just going to draw a line down here. I'm using a water erasable pen, and you simply just wipe it over with a damp cloth and it disappears. Or you could use an air erasable pen for this. This would be ideal because then you could just forget about it and 24 hours later the line would be gone. You do need to take into consideration your nib width, because we want to draw from one corner to the other. So it may be that you just need to bring your ruler very slightly away so that as you draw, you can see that it's in one corner and in the other, and that's just going to give you a neater finish. All we do now is we sew along this line, and then we will cut off the excess and fold back, and we're going to create a 3D effect on our window frame. Again, I'm using a 2.5 stitch length, and because we're working with a very unstable edge here, again, if you just start a couple of millimeters in from the edge and do a couple of stitches, and then reverse stitch back to the edge and carry on down to the other edge. And this time we want to sew on top of the line and reverse stitch to secure. And you can see that when we turn that edge back, we've turned the corner from grey to cream, and that's what will give us our 3D picture frame. We cut off the excess, and we iron the triangle open. So all we've simply done is replaced the corner that was grey, which is now cream. And you need to do that for all of the left side of your pictures. So we'll do that, and then we can move on to the next step. We've now sewn all our side recesses, and you should have 3 long and 6 of the shorter, and they correspond to the short side and the long side of the panels. So they're going to go down the left-hand side of each of the panels. And to do that, you place right sides together. And a top tip is to actually start from this edge and work backwards when you sew them. And we need to put right sides together, and we're going to sew our 1/4 inch seam allowance down here. Again, as always, start in a couple of millimetres from the edge and a couple of stitches and then reverse back and sew the seam down right to the end. Stitch, raise your needle and your foot, and you have now completed the left recess. And you can see that when you iron the seam back, that will create a 3D effect on the bottom windowsill. So you do exactly the same for all the panels, and they are the same for the longer as they are the shorter. So you'll place right sides together, and starting from this edge you're going to sew down, and then once sewn you're just going to iron that seam flat. So we've now attached the bottom windowsill along with the 3D effect and the left-hand side recess, and we're going to add the frame. It's really important that you make sure that you keep them numbered at the moment, because we're not going to be adding the frame at this point to all of the panels. I've put the numbers 3, 6 and 9 to one side because we won't be working on those, but the other 6 panels will have a right hand side frame. And we'll, again, as we have with all of them, have the 2 sizes. So we have the long panel and the shorter panel. So we're going to take one of the frame fabric pieces and we're going to place it right side together, this time on the right hand side of the fabric, and then we're going to sew our 1/4 inch allowance down, and we're going to turn back and press flat. And it's exactly the same for the longer. We're going to put the right sides together on the longer frame, 1/4 inch seam down the side and iron back. So we do that for numbers 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 8. So we'll sew those and then we'll finish the other panels. We've now put the right hand side frame onto the 6 panels, and we're going to now sew the panels together in rows so that we can then put the top and bottom and side frames on. So this is where we now need to put them into order. So we need 1, 2 and 3. We'll put the others to one side for the moment. And we're going to sew 1 and 2 together, and then we're going to add 3 on. And what you will see is that the number 1 and number 2 already have their frame on, and the frame will be added to number 3 and the other side afterwards. So we take number 1 and number 2, with number 1 facing up, we put number 2 face down, and then we're going to sew a 1/4 inch seam down this side and open it out. And once we've sewn 1 and 2 together, then we're going to sew number 3 on the end of number 2. So we're going to then put number 3 down, sew a 1/4 inch down here, and then we're going to have our first completed row. It is worth just adding at this moment that if any of these were a little bit proud when you finished, just cut them to be level at the top, because you'll find it much easier when you come to put the top and bottom frames on. So we're going to take panel 1 and panel 2. We're going to place them right sides together, making sure they are the right way up. And we're going to sew our 1/4 inch allowance. We're going to sew our 1/4 inch seam. To reverse stitch to secure the stitches. Till you get to the end. And we're going to then add number 3 and do exactly the same. With that 1/4 inch seam, we're going to sew down. And you can see our 3 panels have now been sewn together, and you just repeat that process for the middle section. Remember, they will be the longer ones, and then for the bottom section, and then we'll be able to attach the frame top and bottom and left and right. So we've now sewn our 3 panels on each section, and we have the top, middle and the bottom, and we're now going to add the frame part to those. You should now be left with 4 strips of 1 length and 2 much longer strips. So we're now going to sew a strip on the bottom of each of the panels and 1 at the top. So on this top panel there'll be a strip top and bottom. On the middle panel there will be a strip just at the bottom, and on the bottom panel there will be a strip just at the bottom. So we'll sew those and then we'll be able to add the 3 panels together. So we've now attached the frames to the 3 panels, and we're going to now sew the panels together. So we're going to put this one over here, so you've got right side of the panel against the right side of the frame, and sew, and we're going to do exactly the same with this one. We're going to put the right side here to the right side there, so that when we sew them they're going to form the frame, and then all we have to do is put the sides on. We are almost there, and we've only got 2 pieces of the frame to go, and that is 1 down the left hand side and 1 down the right. And we do as we have done with all of the other pieces, right sides together, and sew your 1/4 inch and then we're going to turn it back and just give the final piece a light iron. The panel is now finished and it has all its frames, and now we're going to add a border around the outside. And for this particular panel we've got this gorgeous green colour, and it really accentuates the green in the trees. So we're going to take the bottom and the top border and we're going to place them right sides facing, and we're going to sew our 1/4 inch seam down that side, and we're going to do exactly the same with the top. So we're going to place our right sides together and we're going to sew our seam along there, and then that will be the top and bottom border attached. We've now put the top and bottom borders on, and you will find that you will probably have a little bit left either side. That's because everyone is going to sew different, and we have so many seam allowances here that it may be that these are just need trimming off. So trim them off so that they are level to the edge, and then we're going to add the side borders. The side borders have a little cream square. So we now need to calculate the measurements to allow the seam to be exact along matching the bottom border. And to do that, measure along this side, measure all the way along this side from here to here and add 1/2 inch. And that will allow for 1/4 inch seam each end, and then these will match up here exactly. So remember, we measure from here up to here and add 1/2 inch on. So the distance between my 2 points was 36 inches, so I have cut my side borders 36.5, and that extra half will allow for the 1/4 inch seam allowance on both of the squares. So we're now going to sew a square on each end of the border. So we put right sides together and sew our 1/4 inch seam and fold back and press, and we do exactly the same on the other end. We place the square on the end and we sew our 1/4 inch seam and then fold back, and then we have our side borders ready to attach to the panel. I've attached my squares to my side border, and the last thing to do now is to attach it to the side of your panel, and to do that we butt the join so we know that that is going to be in line, and we sew a seam down this side and then all the way down until we get to the other end, making sure that this seam also lines up. It's probably a good idea to pin or clip it in place just to make sure that you've got that perfect fit before you sew it. So I'm going to attach both sides and then I'll show you the finished panel. So the panel is now finished and it has all 4 corners, and it's ready to either be turned into a quilt or the centre of a larger quilt, or it can be made into a wall hanging. So I'm now going to show you how to turn your attic window into a quilt. Unfortunately, I'm a little bit limited for space here at home, so I'm going to show you on a much smaller scale. So this is going to be the quilt. So you have to use your imagination, and you're going to be working with a much, much bigger piece of fabric. But it's exactly the same what you do, whether it's this size or much bigger. First thing you're going to do is get some backing fabric, and you lay it right side down. So then you've got the wrong side facing up. We're going to be creating a sandwich, and you're going to be able to see the front material and the back material, and then we're going to be adding binding around the outside. So you need to see the good sides of the fabrics on show. So we've got right side facing down, and then you get a layer of wadding. If you are going to be making a quilt, then I am using the poly down wadding, and it's very, very easy to work with. I have worked with a lot of different waddings over the years, and this is one of my favourites. It's very soft and it stays put, and it's very, very easy to work with. And I easily got one of the attic windows out of one of the rolls. So you lay your wadding down, and then you lay your quilt top, so this is a quilt top, right side up. Now I have purposely cut the wadding and the backing to be slightly larger, and I've done this so that once I have completed my quilt, then I can trim off the excess. If I cut it to size and there was any movement in it, it's not going to fit and look as neat, so that's why I do it. So the first thing we need to do is secure the sandwich, because at the moment it's very wobbly, and especially if you're going to put it through the wash, then you don't want these layers to move. So if I'm on the quilts, I would actually work down the frame lines and quilt. This is a time for you to get your free motion and go wild if you want to, but I think that the panels are so pretty that I didn't want to distract with any sewing, so I simply did my quilting around the frame lines. If you have a walking foot, this is a brilliant time to use it, because we're working with several layers of fabric, and with a walking foot it's going to push them all together at the same time and make it a lot neater. But this machine can cope with these layers quite easily, so I'm just going to keep my normal foot on. But what I am going to do, because I am working on several layers at a time, I'm going to increase my stitch length to a minimum of 3.5. When you've got a thick amount of material, the smaller the stitch, the harder it's going to take to get through. So I've increased it, and I'm just going to be working along the seam line. So I've just stitched down the seam line, and that's going to hold the wadding in place. So I'm going to do it down the next one. And as you can see, the machine is coping really, really well with this wadding. And then as you go further down, you need to push the material out, making sure that it's nice and smooth. And I'm just going to do one more. So now we have secured the wadding in the quilt top. On the attic windows, you will go horizontal as well as vertical, but these vertical ones are going to be enough to hold this in place. The one thing I would do now though is I would just increase my stitch length to the maximum, because I want to do a tacking stitch, and I would tack very close to the edge. Try to keep within your 1/4 inch seam allowance so that it doesn't show when you add the binding. So I'm going close to the edge and I'm just holding the fabric down and guiding my machine. And I would go round all the 4 sides in this way. So now that I know that I have secured the topper of the quilt, and then I will just cut the excess fabric off. All the way around. So now we've got our quilt top and we're going to bind it. Now I've already pre-made some binding to go around the outside, but I'm just going to show you how that was made. I like doing the double fabric method, so I sew and then when I fold my binding back I've got 2 layers of fabric there, but it's entirely up to you. You can do the 1 fabric method or the 2, but I will be doing the 2. I cut my strips 2 1/2 inches. I find that works really, really well. So I place my fabric with right sides facing. So this is the right side and this is the right side and they're facing, and I put them at a 90-degree right angle there. I've purposely left a little bit this side and a little bit here because I'm going to be sewing from the top here down to the bottom there, so that when I turn my fabric back to create the binding, then I can just cut off any excess and it will look really neat. If you're not too certain about sewing, then just draw a line with a erasable marker and follow the line. Right, I'm going back to a normal 2.5 stitch length and I'm going to sew from here right down to this corner here. Start in a couple of millimeters and then reverse stitch. To the end. So you can see I've sewn from one side to the other, and now when I fold it back and ironed it, I can just cut off any excess. So I would cut off along there, iron this flat, and then I would cut off the dog ears. And then you've created a really nice join in your binding. Once you've made your binding, then fold it in half and iron. So you iron all the way along. And to measure it, to check that you have enough, if you just roughly just take it around the outside of your project to see we've got more than enough there. So now we're going to stitch the binding to the quilt top. The first thing we do is we're going to fold the corner over to form a little envelope, and this will allow, when we come to the end of the binding, to tuck it in and hide the join. So start somewhere that is not going to be so noticeable, so like one of the bottom edges, and you lay your binding along the edge so that you have the raw edge against the end or edge of the quilt. And we've got our little pocket of triangle here. So we're going to start sewing, and I'm going to start sewing from here, but I'm going to lift this piece up and just sew a little bit past this edge so that I have a little opening to be able to fold the binding in when I come back round to the end. It's 1/4 inch seam allowance, and as we did the tacking stitch within that 1/4 inch, that will be hidden and we won't be able to see it now. So you lay the edge of your binding against the edge and start sewing. And then remember, we want to go a little bit further past the gap, and I'll just take it out to show you. So we've sewn a little bit further so that when we come round, we've got a opening to be able to slide and hide the end. So now we start sewing, but I've sewn up to here, so I'm now going to start sewing from about here. And then you sew to about 1/4 of an inch from the edge. You don't have to remove it, but I like to remove it each time. And once you've sewn to the edge, then we're going to create a mitre. And to do that, we need to push the fabric up so that it creates a vertical line with this side. So you want this piece here, this section here, to be flush. You don't want it to be way over here, or you don't want it to be over here. You actually want it to be flush, so it's almost a continuation of this line. And what you will see that that does is it creates a 45-degree crease at the corner. So just hold on to that crease, and you can pin it if you want it, but just hold on and then bring the fabric back down and make sure it's in line with the top row. So what you can see now, it's created a little pocket, and that is a 45-degree mitre. So we'll start, and we're going to be sewing from the edge, but again, if you come in a couple of millimetres and then do a reverse stitch, it just saves the edge of your fabric getting caught in the machine. So we just do a couple and reverse, and then we sew all the way down. Until we get to 1/4 of an inch from this end. So we've now reached down to 1/4 of an inch from the end, and I've done a reverse stitch to secure the stitches, and we're going to do exactly the same. So we're going to turn the work, and then we're going to push the fabric away, and we're going to create that continuous line, vertical line. Remember, we don't want to pull it too far either way. We want it to form a continuing line, and that will naturally create that 45-degree mitre. So once you've got your mitre, hold on to it and bring the fabric back and line it up with the top. Exactly the same as we did before. We're going to start a couple of millimetres in and reverse, and then we're going to go all the way down till we reach the end and stop at about 1/4 of an inch from the edge. Reverse stitch. Do that once more. Push it away to create that mitre. and pull it back again. And carry on to the edge. And we're on the final corner now. And as you can see, I have just gone a little bit too far, so I'm going to struggle getting that straight line. So all I need to do is just undo a stitch, and then that will give me that straight vertical line that I'm looking for, and my 45 degree. And I'm going to finish the final corner. So once I know that corner is secure, then I'm going to cut off the excess. And all I'm doing is seeing where I've started my stitches, so I know that I can cut my end to be a little bit less. If you leave too much on, it's all going to bunch up here, so we want it to be just a little bit shorter than the start of the stitches. And then we tuck it inside. And we finished sewing the side. And just take a little bit of care when you get to this, to the crease. Sew to the end and finish. And then you will see, if you fold your corners out, you are left with a perfect 45 degree mitre. So that is exactly the same principle for the attic window, but as I said, it's on a much larger scale, but the principle is the same. And I am a huge fan of hand stitching the back. So you would just pull the fabric, and as long as it's just gone past the stitching, so you can't, the seam, so you can't see it, that's where I like to stitch. It leaves a nice neat edge on both sides. You can, if you want to, really pull it and have a smaller edge here. As I say, I like, especially if you're working with a 2.5 inch binding, it's really nice if you just go beyond the stitches and then you have a really neat edging. And then all you do is exactly the same with the corners, so you just mitre the corners and sew them. So that's how you would bind the quilts. And this method is also perfect for coasters and placemats. I hope you have as much fun making this as I did. And John, I would like to wish you a huge happy birthday, and I hope you have a fantastic day. And I look forward to seeing you all again soon.
Thank you so much. Wasn't that demo make it look so easy, and look how amazing they are. Now a little bit of a stock update. Sold out. This colourway is sold out, but don't worry, we've got this green, so you'll get the brighter green border there, the emerald green. So that one is still available, but unfortunately we've sold out of the chartreuse as well. It's been a really, really popular show, and I can't thank you all enough for spending your day with me today. We've just watched the Around the World Attics Window series, so you'll be able to see over here we've got the fabulous giraffe panel, and we've got these 4 colourways that go with it. And you're going to get these wonderful set of instructions, and now you've got the demo as well to know exactly how it is that you make that. You've got the light grey, you've got the school grey, you've got the cream, and you've got the peacock, as well as the fabulous panel that goes with it, which you can see there is the giraffes just behind. On top of that as well, we've also got the jacaranda tree as well. Unfortunately, we've sold out of that chartreuse green border, but we have got the emerald green border that goes with it. So you're going to get the panel, you're going to get the 4 half-meter pieces of fabric, as well as this pattern, and you've already got the demo, already explained to you how to do that, for $29.99. It's such a great price there, really, really good. Now remember, tonight at midnight the free P&P ends, so up until 23:59 you can pop in my name in the code redemption thing and you'll have free P&P all day. It's been an amazing day. I'm really, really overwhelmed with all the love and the wonderful messages. Thank you all so much. And I'm hoping you've been able to get some of these incredible deals that we've got on for you today. This Tula quilt is incredible as well, so make sure you check that out as well. Tomorrow is me again. We've got fabulous fabrics in the morning. We've got the Alison glass Sunprints quilt, and then we've got the Victoria Carrington's remix quilt as well. It's a really exciting show for that. Really looking forward to that, so I'll see you again tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. I can't thank you all enough for joining me and little Steve. I'm calling him Steve. Enjoy the sunshine for the rest of your day, and thank you so much for enjoying your day with me. Stay safe, and thank you all for being here. Have a great day, and thank you for your time. Bye-bye.